when the defense looks at their offense, they're kind of seeing what they see at practice to some degree.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Grant Wilson, he's a good looking quarterback, big, strong armed guy. He's got some athletic ability. The thing that's interesting that I took away from that is he had 5 sacks. South Carolina got to him 5 times. So maybe there's some questions in that offensive line as far as protection, which, obviously Blake loves to dial it up. So, there'll probably be some opportunities for some QB hits and possibly some sacks. So I'm sure Blake, his aggressive way of doing things, those are going to be mixed into the game. Might not be right off the jump. I know sometimes he likes to decoy those things until later in the game with really good opportunities. So, they're going to have their hands full. The ODU has a few wide receivers. I think Isaiah Page, he had 8 catches for, I think, 115 yards with that long of 72 for that touchdown in the second drive. So they've got some wide receiver threats. They like to spread it out. It's going to be interesting, but defensively, I'm really happy with what I saw from the Pirates. That I'm sure you noticed it. They were buzzing all over the field, and I don't, I know Norfolk State might not be of on equal playing fields as ECU talent wise, but all things considered, I feel like the ECU defense played with a lot of speed. They were in the backfield quite a bit. They stacked up a lot of tackles for losses, which is important. They were getting after the quarterback. They were creating turnovers. So defensively, I think they're in a really good position going into this game. I know sometimes defenses have a slower start, but it seems like they're in a really good position. And as far as ECU offense, I think as Coach Houston alluded to, a lot of that's coachable as far as the turnovers. So that will be addressed this week. Ball security is going to be paramount to protect the football. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting in this game to see how much more the rushing attack is going to be utilized.
Yeah.
I know this is a very pass-heavy offense. I imagine Garcia gets to the line of scrimmage, and it's kind of a numbers game as far as what gets audible to a run. It's almost like every play is geared for a pass unless the numbers are there to be able to, sneak something, a dive or some other rushing attack. So it's going to be interesting to see. We'll see a little bit more of the offense, I think, this week. I'm sure a lot of it was masked in the Norfolk State game to not tip off as much to ODU. But all in all, I think we're a pretty explosive team across the board.
Andrew Bays joining us. Andrew, I did not mean for this to go this long, but I'm going to put you as the 2024 Pirate Radio interviewee of the year right now. So that was awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Let's do it again. I've got more questions for you, so let's reconvene later in the year, and I'll ask you some of those about your pro football career and things like that. So thank you so much for joining us, man. We appreciate it, and congratulations to you and that 99 squad for being honored later this year, UTSA week. I know you guys are really going to enjoy that, and let's catch up down the road again, Andrew, but thanks again for today, man. That was awesome.
All right, there's Andrew Bays. Hope you enjoyed the conversations with Jeff Carr, Keith Stokes, C.J. Wilson, Skip Holtz, Rajay Harris, and Jeff Blake. We will now turn it over to myself, Shirley Rhodes, the Pirate Radio crew. It's the fastest 4 hours in radio. The Bud Light pregame tailgate is on the way. Stay tuned. We're getting you ready for ECU App State as our full day of Pirate coverage rolls on. Bud Light pregame tailgate is next.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
today's a new day. This year is a new team, so we got to go out there and prove it.
Since January, we've been crafting this thing for you guys. We know you're going to like it. It's going to be special.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We're not going to shy away from any competition. So be it. Let's go toe-to-toe.
Brace yourself.
The Pirate Nation, there's nobody better. The Pirate Nation comes out and they bleed that purple for us. They instill that pirate pride in this whole eastern part of this state. And they're making the purple and gold the most feared colors on the East Coast.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We appreciate y'all's support. We coming for everything. One last dance.
We're going to put on a show for Pirate Nation.
Pirate Nation, we appreciate y'all. Can't wait to see Dowdy packed out, and just know this year is not going to be like last year. Can't wait to show y'all. Go Pirates.
Pirate fans, it's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Good afternoon, Pirate fans. Welcome in to the Week 3 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Big Game Atmosphere around Greenville, North Carolina. Took Brian Bailey a few laps around UB to find a parking space.
Yeah, I did that. I had 2 fights, and then I saw an old friend. It was a busy time.
There you go. That is the kind of Saturday it is here in Greenville as we get ready for East Carolina at Appalachian State, the 2-0 Pirates versus the 1-1 Mountaineers, and should be a good one coming up 4 o'clock at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. For the next 4 hours, we've got you covered right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, hitting this game from every angle. Brian Bailey joins us the first hour here in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll get his thoughts on the Pirates and Mountaineers. We'll hear from the head coaches involved in today's contest, Mike Houston and Sean Clark as well. Jeff Nadeau will join us coming up in hour number 2 to break down the college football action on this Saturday. We've got our Pirate Pick segment with an expert today, Brian Meador.
He is an expert.
Will be our,
just ask him.
Our Pirate Picker coming up in hour number 2, and we'll talk to one of my co-hosts on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In show, Holton Nailers. We'll hear from ECU offensive coordinator John David Baker, plus Pirate players Marlon Gunn, ECU running back, and Pirate wide receiver return man Winston Wright. Patrick Mason from the Daily Reflector will join us coming up on the show, and we'll hear from the enemy as Adam Witten joins us on the Advanced Moving Opponent Preview, the play-by-play voice of Appalachian State. See if we can check in with Zach Kaplan, WNCT Channel 9, and Luke Schwartz from WCTI 12. We'll hear from Blake Harrell, Pirate defensive coordinator, East Carolina defensive tackle Elijah Morris, and Brian North from WCTI 12. He gets the last word on the show today coming up in our final hour. We got Shirley Rhodes, we got Earl, we got Young Cole, the big dog, Brian Bailey live in studio, and we'll check in with you on Facebook Live and YouTube. How you feeling about East Carolina and Appalachian State? We'll pop the top on the Week 3 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
It's that time of year again. Beauty Bar's Fall into Beauty event is kicking off September 16th through October 4th. Beauty Bar offers the best service by their talented providers in Greenville for treatments such as Botox, Xeomin, filler, laser treatments, facial, medical-grade skincare, and more. The staff will help you choose which treatments or products that best suit your needs. Visit Beauty Bar Medi-Spa on Red Banks Road and get all the up-to-date info at beautybarmedispa.com. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates!
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowerSports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
Come experience Greenville's newest theater, Golden Ticket Cinemas, located on Greenville Boulevard near Cracker Barrel. With stadium seating and reserved luxury recliners, you can enjoy the movie along with great concessions such as L House sliders, delicious wings, pizza, and hot dogs. And they even have milkshakes. You can always find great deals at Golden Ticket Cinemas, such as $5.50 Ticket Tuesdays and free family movies at 11 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show in style with luxurious amenities and top-notch service at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kid Scene.
Y'all come get bugged out.
Pirate Radio.
You must be a pirate for the Pirates Code to apply, and you're not. And thirdly, the code is more what you'd call guidelines than actual rules.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
I'm blaming Brian Bailey for this one. He was distracting me with great conversation.
I'm a distraction.
BB, how we doing?
I'm doing great, man. Had a good Friday night last night, and we still got high school games today, high school games Monday, so, you know.
The more football, the better.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Play them every day if you can.
East Carolina, Appalachian State. Bailey, we talked about this preseason. If we could get a 2-0 start and have Appalachian State here, it would make for one of those hopefully special, Greenville Saturdays, the build up to the game, the lead up. Good kickoff time for the fans to tailgate and enjoy it. And here we are. What do you think? Did it come to fruition?
I think it did. The only thing that probably didn't is Appalachian State really wasn't competitive against Clemson.
Yeah.
Which if they had pulled the upset, it'd been even better. But if they're competitive, but as Blake Harrell said earlier this week, the team that you see on tape against Clemson is not the same team you're going to see at Dowdy Ficklen at 4 o'clock this afternoon. They're going to be, much, much better with a chip on their shoulder because of what happened at Clemson. And so I think they'll come out, ready to fight.
It has been the lead up to this game. Mike Houston wouldn't say it. Elijah Morris is a veteran. He wouldn't say it. Blake Harrell said it a little bit. This game has been circled.
Yes.
This game has been talked about behind the scenes. And I even heard.
Rajay will say it.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask.
That's right.
Some people will spill the beans.
It depends on who's standing around when you ask.
Good point.
Rajay said that, that those guys, they want to beat App State. They feel like they're as good a program or better than Appalachian State, and they've lost to them. Those guys that have been with the program, 4 or 5 years, they've lost both those games. Lost in Charlotte, lost in Boone last year. I think the thing that people don't realize is that East Carolina, even with their quarterback problems last year, had the lead at App State at halftime. I mean, they really played a really good first half, made some big plays on defense, and really were in the game. And then Appalachian State pulled away in the second half. But I think they've got a team, East Carolina does, that thinks they can go out there today and win a game, maybe win a close game, but they think they can win this thing, and I think they can.
Check in with us on Facebook Live and YouTube. Where are you watching the game? What's on your tailgate menu? What is your prediction for East Carolina and Appalachian State? We got Jamie, Derek, Kenny, J-Bone, Jarrett says Pirates win by a lot. Luke, Chris, Steve checking in. Also Crystal and David with the question of the hour. Do we keep it under 2 interceptions today?
Man, that's
what a shaky 2-0 with the quarterback play.
That is exactly right. And they were laughing at the station this week because I made the comment that, the gunslinger has to turn into the gambler at some point. He's got to know when to hold him and know when to fold them. And that's what it bottom line comes down to. Coach Houston said it was, fish or cut bait. I like my analogy better. But bottom line is you got to figure that thing out. You got to protect the football. That's with this defense, the way Blake Harrell has them playing and has had them playing all last year, you have got to protect the football. You can't give up, anything like that, and you can't give points away.
I feel like they're doing the opposite. They're saying our defense is so good. Hell, just take a shot.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, Bailey. And it's very anti-Mike Houston from what we've learned about him. Although Holden would air it out and sling it, but
it took Holden a couple of years to get Mike Struss to be able to sling it like that, right?
Very true. Yeah, took Jake Garcia a few months, and but
he's convinced him.
It seems like he's more so conservative coach, I would say overall, if you were to describe Mike Houston. But I guess after last year, we had quarterbacks, especially Garcia, Mason at this time, who was scared to attempt the pass. And, we talk in the press conference about how he had this big arm, and, man, I can't wait for y'all to see it. And we just never saw it. It was almost like he was scared to attempt it. Jake Garcia is the opposite.
Jake Garcia is not scared. He's not afraid, that's for sure. But again, he's got to – and maybe the light comes on. I asked John David Baker that this week. There's sometimes with quarterbacks, there's a light come on, and they kind of figure this thing out. But he's got to figure something out because I don't know how long – people ask, well, how long's the leash? I don't know. Today, if he comes out, you think about the first game when he threw the 3 picks, and all the talk was, we can fix it, it's fixable. And then you come back out in the first half and throw 3 more. And then you come back, the 4th one was the worst one, in my opinion.
Oh, the one near the goal line.
First and goal.
Yeah.
So you got 3 points in your pocket, basically, and it's first and goal. It's not, 4th and goal. It's first and goal. So I think they still have some work to do there, but hopefully he can work that out. He's a great kid, great talent. I mean, Mike's told me before that he's gotten calls from all over the country, coaches saying, how'd you get, Jake Garcia there? What was the deal with that? And, he's really pleased with what he's got, but you got to throw it to the right color jersey.
Earl, can you give us a up to the second line on East Carolina App State as well as a total? Because that was shocking to me when I saw it, Bailey. 60.5 for the over-under in today's game. What does Vegas know that we don't know that's going to happen today?
Well, they didn't know it right in the Old Dominion game either, because that thing went way under in that game. And the line I saw went down to 1. Is that what you have now?
Well, the line actually opened up at a 56.5 earlier in the week when the lines first opened up, and it skyrocketed up to a 60.5.
Wow.
And I saw a lot of money on the under, but yet the total kept going up. It kind of interests me a little bit in the over in this game. ECU is even money on the money line. It's down to a +1.
Right.
Over on ESPN Bets, the book I'm looking at right now. This line opened up around 2.5 for App State. So this line's moved a 1.5 towards the Pirates.
It sounds like we know gambling, doesn't it?
Well, Earl does.
I can tell you I don't.
Well, he knows gambling, but on Saturdays he doesn't know who to pick. He doesn't know who to tell me to pick.
Yeah, for
That's
whatever.
not hardly fair.
I do fine until I tell people like.
Yeah, I'm the same.
What's the play, and then for
by the way,
reasons,
what's the play for noon?
I've got a couple of spots that are starting. I like way too many favorites this week, which I'm generally more of an underdog better. So we'll see how that goes. I laid it with Florida State. I got them at -6.5. I laid it with Cincinnati at 3.5. I laid it with NC State at 21. I laid it with Mizzou at 15.5 for the 12 o'clock.
Favorites Saturday.
I went the opposite way on 2 of those in a pool.
Yeah.
Playing, yeah.
And for me, I have a couple more underdogs later in the day. Like I got UMass later at 1, and I got Florida later. I got ECU later, but like generally it's me buying low on some of these favorites that look bad the first couple weeks.
Try to get a bounce back.
Like Florida State, like Notre Dame.
Yeah, Florida State's almost, I thought it was a must-win last time they went out, and that didn't turn out so well.
Yeah.
But they were also coming back off of the doubling game,
yeah,
so that was kind
probably
of a
didn't
tough
have their
spot for them.
legs.
Yeah.
They didn't have their arms or their fingers or anything.
They ain't got nothing going right now. Wisconsin trying to extend their opening drive of the game. We'll see what that flag is. Alabama, Wisconsin just getting underway at Camp Randall. Bailey, it's not a marquee Saturday for matchups on paper, but usually when we have those days, it leads to some wacky games.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had, of course, the monster upset last week with Notre Dame losing outright to Northern Illinois, but back-to-back weeks where double-digit dogs win outright. So who is that double-digit favorite to lose today? Will the trend continue? It's been the first week it was Max Virginia Tech Hokies losing to Vanderbilt.
Wow, yeah.
So we'll see if that continues on this Saturday.
And Tech plays Old Dominion today. They're a 17-point favorite in Norfolk. So
That's a 17 now?
I think so.
Oh, I got 14.5 earlier in the week with
Really?
Virginia Tech.
I think it's gone to 17.
Wow, I like that even more now.
We've seen ODU knock them off a couple times.
At least twice, yeah. 2 biggest wins probably in Monarch football history. And they're still shaking their heads why they can't beat East Carolina, but they didn't pull it off again last week, did they?
How about that one, Bailey? Just one that the Pirates are able to get in the end, a lot of in part thanks to the defense, but also to big plays in the running game for East Carolina.
Rajay broke that 63-yarder, and that was a thing of beauty. And that was a really strange game, in my opinion, with the way both teams, they ran that hurry-up offense. The tempo was, so fast, but they ran the ball a lot. And I think that's the misnomer that people think of John David Baker as the gunslinger type mentality. They're going to throw it all over the ball yard, but they like to. John David Baker wants to run the football, and they would run that same play. And it's like if you could just kind of sneak through the crack, you could have a big gain, and that's what Rajay did. And Rajay said he was supposed to cut, I think, to his right, and he saw an angle to his left and took off that way. And Coach Houston was laughing about his breakaway speed. Rajay said he's back with that breakaway speed.
Young Rajay is back indeed. David says thoughts on the Pac-12 snagging some Mountain West teams. Rumors that AAC could be raided. My thoughts are it's not good for East Carolina. That's my first thought, because if Tulane and some other who else? Memphis, if they jump ship,
that depends. But what if the Texas schools head that way? Does that bother you in the American?
Well, does it create a new? Is it now a Power 5 instead of a Power 4?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you can add a bunch of teams like that and call you and be in the power structure.
Well, I'll still say it's not good for East Carolina, but maybe it doesn't hurt East Carolina. My answer is pretty much the same on all of these realignment talks. That I just don't see East Carolina moving up in any of the scenarios right now.
Well, and it seems like what's going to happen is there's all this talk about the Power 2, and they're going to build 2 super conferences, and there's going to be a lot of these former Power 5 teams that are going to be on left out, and that if that happens, I think it does help East Carolina because it could be in a conference with some really nice programs that just aren't in that upper echelon that happens in college. It's just, to me, it's kind of strange. You know, why can't everybody just stay put? We got a playoff now with 12 teams. Let's just do this a couple of years, see how it works out, and go from there. But everybody's money grabbing here and there. Money grabbing.
Money talks.
I couldn't tell you. I used to be able to tell you every team in every conference, every stadium's name. You know, the stadiums are all different names now, and the conferences. You know, I couldn't go down and tell you everybody because everybody leaves and. You know, they're here, they're there, they're everywhere.
Well, surely you know the Hurricane Stadium name.
Yeah. The Carolina Hurricanes?
Yeah.
Well, they just changed it.
I know.
Did they? What, they changed it to what?
I don't know. That was a joke. Yeah. Even right down the road, we don't know the name because they just changed it a couple days ago. I don't know.
Something like that. PNC, former PNC Arena.
Formerly known as. The artist formerly known as.
Home of the Canes.
The Big 12 is my favorite wacky conference that makes zero sense, Bailey. You got teams from the Big East, the Pac-12, to, everywhere joining up in the Big 12.
I think the ACC makes less sense.
I think so, too.
You have Stanford playing in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Yeah, I can't wait for the ACC tournament and that Tuesday matchup between the Stanford and Cal.
Oh, Cal in there, yeah.
It just makes no sense whatsoever. And I know why, but it doesn't have to make sense.
Matt says it already is the Power 2.
Maybe.
No, well, you look at the structure, it's not, because we're still allowing the Big 12 champion will probably be the 4 seed, or ACC.
Yeah.
Will be either the 3 or the 4 seed in this playoff, and you're going to have a pretty darn good 5 seed in either Alabama, Georgia, or Texas, because you have to win your conference to get one of those top 4 seeds. So the playoff is going to be fascinating this year. Nearly had a pick, but instead Wisconsin will have it 4th and 10, kind of in no man's land, but I guess they'll try to pin them deep here, Bailey.
Yeah, probably so. He should have had that interception, and he knows it too.
By the way, Alabama, their annual kind of weird game with South Florida last week. I don't know if you followed that one.
A little bit, yeah.
It was very tight, and then Bama outscored them, I think, 28-0 in the fourth quarter to make it
They did the same thing last year where they
just
struggled against South Florida last year.
Of course, last year was when Saban didn't start Milroe. Apparently, so fans would stop complaining to put in the backup. So he put in the backup, and he stunk. And he said, okay, see, this is why we start this guy. Now shut up. I was wrong. Wisconsin going for a 53-yarder.
I thought he missed it.
And they bang it home.
53 yards, and I thought it was wide left.
Wisconsin with a 3-0 lead over Alabama. All right, let's get a break in. Can you hang out a few more minutes,
Sure.
Bailey? All right, we'll have a few more minutes with Brian Bailey. We'll check in with your thoughts as well on YouTube and Facebook. Hit us up. What is on your menu for the day? How do you feel about the game? Prediction? Over under 1.5 interceptions by Jake Garcia. We'll talk about it all when we return. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Hour 1. Back with you after this.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. Go Pirates! Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group.
Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
What's up, Pirate Nation? Kyle Gaines here from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It is tailgating season, and there's no better way to tailgate than pulling up in a Ram 1500 or 2500. And we have a huge selection of Ram trucks here. You can save up to $10,000 off Ram 1500s and 2500s. We also have a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles, budget-friendly, from $599 and up. And remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Did you know that GUC's electric rates are the lowest in Pitt County? GUC's average residential electric bill, using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month with load management, is $21 lower than the investor-owned utilities and $34 lower than the local co-ops. In fact, GUC's average electric bills are still $10 lower than they were 10 years ago. Low rates with high reliability. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
Slow ruins everything, so why not pay less for fast? U.S. Cellular's home internet gives you the speed you need for just $39.99 per month when bundled with a wireless plan with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Get fast 5G home internet made simple. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find a store near you. We go beyond the call.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store, serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
This is Ryan McChrystal, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and X at PR927FM, and you can join the over 81,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, welcome back into the program. Stepped outside, saw Dakota Marshall, former ECU DB, walking through the UB parking lot. Invited him in, but he's old like the rest of us now, Bailey. He's got his wife and 2 kids with him, so that's always fun seeing old Pirates out at the tailgate or going through the UBE lots, and it's got to be cool to walk through the tailgate lots, Bailey, and see all the fans. And
I saw
and
Kevin
Pirates.
Miller on the way in.
There you go.
From the 99 team. Part of that great team.
Best kicker?
Probably.
ECU?
Worst Channel 9 intern, but best kicker. No, he was pretty
Worse than, was Vontae good?
Vontae was Vontae. Kevin was okay. Kevin did a good job. Kevin was one of those, guys that was just mature beyond his years, and just, instead of it being like an internship, it was more like a friend coming to, help you at work kind of thing. But he did okay. Meador worked with him.
Bailey probably won't do it because there's going to be angry people at him, and you don't want people angry at you. But I would love a Bailey's best, Bailey's all-time ECU Pirates starting lineup.
Well, that would be fun.
Offense and defense.
Yeah. There'd be so many, how do you choose between, and we talked about quarterbacks the other day. How do you choose, those guys? I mean, good gracious, with Blake, Garrard, Shane Carden, Holton. I mean, I'm sure I left a couple people out.
Yeah.
Pinckney. Crandall. Marcus Crandall right up the road at Roanoke. Who's so old that school doesn't even exist anymore.
You better say Holton Ahlers. You know his family.
I said Holton, yeah.
Oh, okay, you did. Okay, just making sure.
I'll put him in there.
Brian Bailey joining us. Bailey, I've enjoyed our 1999 series. We've talked to Jeff Carr, Keith Stokes, Andrew Bays, and
really the fourth one to crown the Mount Rushmore, Brian Meador.
Yeah, there you go.
But he had an interesting perspective on it because he was working with you at the time at WNCT. Told us about the helicopter he was in because y'all put on a news hat along with a sports hat during that time.
Yeah, we did. I've told the story before, but the funny thing about it is they didn't know what to do with us because obviously we do sports, and that kind of thing, and sports took a back seat. Although the day that we found out that the Pirates would play Miami at North Carolina State at Carter Finley Stadium, they put me on the set to talk about it, and one of our big shots from Media General at the time was in town, and he demanded to know why the sports guy was up on the set talking about sports. That it wasn't that time, and we shouldn't be doing it. And our people had to say, "Hey, look, he's got some information about a game. It means a lot to a lot of people around here. They basically need to hear this information because a lot of them want to go. Some of them won't be able to go because they're trying to clean up and they're trying to, reestablish their lives." But that was a weird time. That whole thing with the hurricane, the floods, and I spent my time at Sam. They started me taking phone calls and emails and trying to solve people's problems. That was a bad idea. I lost interest quickly, but they sent me out to the Sam's Club, and basically we just kind of raised, money and raised, just supplies, and that we filled up truck after truck. We filled up with stuff and checks, and I'm telling you, people were walking up and just handing me hundreds of dollars. I'm glad people trusted me because my pockets were full, and I was like, "Here, you guys, keep an eye on me and take all this cash because I don't want any thing to do with it. I want you guys to use it for a good cause." But it was a crazy time.
And the team had gone to South Carolina. They were really not sure of what was going on around here, and to that point Andrew Bays I believe said that he was shocked at the amount of people at that football game in Raleigh because they didn't know would people be able to even get to the game, would people care enough to try to get to a game. But it speaks to the Pirate Nation and the Pirate fans, and I like to believe that I and everybody in that stadium had something to do with the win that night.
I was standing beside Mike Hamrick, and in later years we battled, and I think we get along better now. But we were standing together, and I think both of us had like a tear in our eye in the fourth quarter when the thing was running out, the clock was running out, and it was a celebration. But it was such a surreal moment because we'd all been through something, and a lot of us were luckier than others, obviously. But it was just a neat game, and the way they were able to pull that thing out and win that thing.
If it was a movie, you wouldn't believe it that the team they beat was called the Hurricanes.
That's exactly right.
Insane. Bailey, we got a missed field goal from Bama, so Wisconsin, Luke Fickell clapping on the sidelines as his Badgers have a 3-0 lead, and they will get the football back. Tulsa has the ball, but they trail Oklahoma State 7-0 right now, and still today and next week, and then we'll start to really dive into this American, Bailey, and see who the strongest teams are. Boy, Tulane put up a fight last week against K-State. How good's K-State? They took it to Arizona last night, so maybe that does say a lot about where Tulane is. UTSA got blown out by Texas State. They were looked at as one of the best, and currently Memphis is playing Florida State. Memphis picked by many to win the league. Who'd you pick? Did you pick Memphis? Or
I think my pick was UTSA, but it doesn't look like a very good pick now because they got blasted by, was it Texas State, 49-10?
Yeah. Still early, obviously. Yeah. North Texas going to hang around with Texas Tech here. 10-7 the score as the Mean Green get on the board with the touchdown. They're playing in the first quarter. All those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. All right, let's talk about today's game. Bailey, your thoughts. Let's start Pirate offense versus App State defense. East Carolina. What is their mode of attack today? A lot of throwing. Of course, they ran a ton of plays last week, but we saw more run game last week against Old Dominion. What do we see today?
I think you again see them trying to establish the run. I think that's what they're going to base this offense on, and it's going to be up tempo. They're going to give it left, give it right, and try to break through a little bit and try to sneak through one of those crevices in that defensive line and try to break one. But I think that's where it starts. And we've said it a million times, but they've got to protect the football, and that's going to be the thing. I think when you're playing a team that turns it over a lot, then that's what your mindset is on defense. So the Appalachian State defense is going to be thinking that, hey, they have a tendency to throw a pick. We got to be in position to make that pick, and I think that's what you're going to see there.
Orthopedics East Injury Report brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game for experienced and professional medical care. Visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, orthoeast.com. Javius Bond was at practice this week. Mike Houston is not going to say something. We'll find out when we find out. But what do you think, Bailey? Does Javius Bond give it a go today?
I think he's going to give everything he can to get out there. And he had a really good series of runs against Old Dominion.
Because from what they said, that he wanted to go back in
he wanted to go back
week.
Last week.
Yeah.
That was the thing on the sideline. So, hey, I think if he can go, possibly go at all, I think you'll see him out there.
And John David Baker said Chase Soel is good to go. They're kind of working him back in, missed some of the the conditioning and just being part of the plan and everything. Yeah. So he's kind of working his way back into the offense.
I think
that's huge.
That is huge. And he looked really good at times against Old Dominion. So I think that, the more he gets acclimated to things and gets into the rhythm of the offense, that's going to help as well.
I asked Mike Houston this week about Anthony Smith and said, we tend to label guys, and we kind of label him as a speed guy. He won some track medals in high school, so he can run, but can he catch? The answer is yes, he can. And he mossed a guy last week, and Mike Houston very pleased with him, and he might be the number one go-to guy this year for the Pirates.
And that's exactly right. And he looked really, really good as far as his route running and just some of the things he came up, some of the catches that he made, and I don't think we've seen his best yet for sure.
And Bailey, how about the defense for East Carolina? We love Blake Harrell's guys, but they have given up some yards in the run game to this Appalachian State team in the previous two meetings.
Man, and that's, I think, the point of concern there. And I really think they looked at last year's tape a bunch because they want to try to figure that thing out. And if you remember from last year, the Pirate defense was much better after that game. I think they kind of saw some things in that game, and I think that you'll see some of that this afternoon.
All right, you got a score or how you think this thing's going to go, Bailey?
I think it's going to be. I think it's a lower scoring game than the Vegas thinks it is. I would say something to the effect of 24-14, something like that. Pirates. I think the Pirates can win this game. I think they will win this game. I think they've got to run the football in order to win this game, but I think they will.
Trying to get to 3-0 and head up to
When's the last time
Lynchburg.
they were 3-0? I want to check on that, but I haven't had.
I'm going to say 2008 off the top of my head when they knocked off Virginia Tech, West Virginia, and Tulane.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So going for 3-0, and man, that would set up a big one next week.
Yeah,
against Liberty. Bailey, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the tailgate. Enjoy the game.
Will do. That's what the coaches say. The more you win, the bigger the games are. That's what we're seeing right there.
Indeed, Shirley. We'll let Bailey go as we do. Let's hear from East Carolina head football coach Mike Houston. His comments from earlier this week as we look at the United Bank Coaches Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. Now, more than ever, trust is the foundation of any successful relationship with local bankers you know and trust. It's no wonder businesses and individuals throughout North Carolina continue to choose United Bank. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Here is Mike Houston from Wednesday.
Just want to start out just shared with the players on the field why the flag was at half-mast today. We all have probably similar stories. 23 years ago, my wife and I are dating. I'm a high school football coach. I'm getting ready for my second period class, and the baseball coach's son comes into the room and says, "Hey, Coach, somebody just flew a plane into a building in New York." So we flip on the TV, and me and 28 high school seniors sit there and watch the second plane hit the other tower. And it was obvious to us at that point that, it wasn't an accident, that our nation was under attack. And I just sit here and think that, 3,000 Americans got up that morning to go to work and, never came home. And I just don't want us to ever forget that day because it changed our nation. And, I have a lot of respect for, police officers, first responders, firemen. A lot of people lost their lives that day. I also have a lot of respect for, our military and, our leadership at that time in this country that, unified this nation and, made sure that those that were responsible were held accountable, but also, made sure that we were safe from anything else. I don't know if we can ever be completely safe, but I just think we can't ever forget that day. And, at a time when, our country certainly needs to find a way to continue to unify, I just remember that, those next weeks and, President Bush at the time, it's just, it's a significant moment in our history. So I just wanted to start by just mentioning that we covered that out there on the field today, and just still pray for the families that still mourn the loss of their loved ones that day. So all right, with football, really good couple days of practice. Kids are zipping around really good. I think their heads in a good space. I think we've been pretty sharp this week. They obviously know what we're up against this weekend. Coach Clark, I mentioned it the other day, got a lot of respect for him and what he does and how he does it. We have a huge challenge Saturday. That they'll come in here ready to play. They're very, very talented, solid football team. It's a big test, okay? Great opportunity, but a big test. Really excited. I think the Boneyard's completely sold out. I think the stadium has a little over 1,000 tickets or something like that left, for a complete sellout. So there's going to be a huge crowd here on Saturday. It's our job to make sure we're ready to play. The kids will be ready. So they're excited about the matchup. Questions?
Because y'all played so many snaps in the ODU game, especially those offensive lines.
Yep.
So how do you make sure they're good going forward?
Well, that's what we talked about, as a staff last night, and then today. Just got through talking to the team about it. We have some high rep guys from this past weekend that, the number one focus for the next 48 hours is to make sure that they are fresh. Our athletic training staff and our strength and conditioning staff, they've got a lot of different things they're doing with them and during their downtime the rest of the day today and all day tomorrow. It's obviously something we've got to really focus on. We've, been very deliberate with the reps that some of the kids are getting. Making sure they're getting the reps they need to be ready for Saturday, but also not putting too much on them. But that's obviously, a big piece of this week.
Talked to Marlon yesterday, and he talked about how important this particular game is for the older guys and how they're, kind of take it personally. Do you see that out there, that these guys really want this one against Appalachian State?
Well, you notice our goal board out there, it's got one team on it. And that's got to be our focus each week. The goal is 1-0 this week. So, this week, this game is the most important one to us. It's fine that, the guys, have a little bit, inside of them about this game, this matchup, this rivalry. But, we got to focus on ECU because that's the most important thing. We got to take care of ourselves, and we got to focus on making sure we do our job.
How important is it to once again get the running game going? Because that seemed to really open things up against Old Dominion.
Well, I think that, the ability to do both. We're certainly not a one-dimensional team. It was great to see, the backs get going on Saturday. Rajay, Javius, and Marlon, all three, especially in the second half. You mentioned Marlon. He may not have had the glamorous runs or the big 63-yarder like Rajay did, but he had some punishing runs. And I promise you, those linebackers felt it. And I thought that was a key in the second half, particularly the fourth quarter, them having to tackle him. He's a big bruising back. So, I think it's important. Certainly is. We just got to make sure that we're never one-dimensional.
Rajay said you had a little word to get him fired up.
Well, I just told him I was thankful that Ant was able to, shield that guy so he didn't get walked down on that 63-yarder. So, we always go back and forth. He's a breakaway back in his mind. So, just can't let him forget who he is.
If Javius is unable to go, or something happens later in the year, somebody, what is your thoughts so far on Montgomery? Is he getting any reps to the ones, and do you trust him?
Well, he gets a lot of reps every week. He's got to continue to come along. But we've got several guys that we can use in a lot of different spots.
With Jake, y'all reference he's kind of been the same guy, 7 picks in 2 games. Has he changed at all, or is he still the same guy at practice?
Well, I think he's been very sharp this week. I think he's practiced very, very well. I thought today just a lot of zip on the ball, very decisive. I think the big thing that he's worked on all week with Coach Baker is just not forcing things, taking the throws that are there. and knowing when to fish or cut bait kind of deal.
Is that one of those things that maybe the light comes on at some point that you have to keep working through that?
Well, I think the more experience. We had a really good quarterback here that holds a lot of records, and when he was early in his career, he threw some that drove me crazy. And then late, he tries to forget about it. But late in his career, he didn't do that anymore. And that's the thing for Jake is just using that experience. I mean, nothing teaches you that the stove eye is hot like touching the stove eye, And so, but he's got to learn from those experiences and learn to navigate. Hey, this is the time to rip it in there, and this is the time not. So.
Coach, how with the whole team? A couple games in, 2 wins, good start. Obviously, that comes with buzz and praise, maybe more so than last year. How's that kind of affected your team and your coaches, either good or bad?
Well, I think the positive piece is the confidence we got from getting 2 wins to start the season. I read the Man in the Arena by Theodore Roosevelt to him yesterday, and just talking about who you listen to and who you don't kind of deal, because they can't be reading too much when they have success, and they can't be reading too much when they don't, because there's going to be critics both ways, and both are probably going to be to the extreme. And so just focusing on the guys in this room and focusing on the next play, the next game, that kind of stuff, but also understanding, that you've got to bring your best every single day. And that's, I am glad that we have a team of the caliber of Appalachian State this week, because that makes sure that keeps their attention.
I tend to kind of label guys a lot of times incorrectly when Anthony Smith comes in. Hey, he's just a speed guy or whatever, but he made a Randy Moss play the other day. He's got to be at an all-time confidence level, and is that the same for you? You got confidence in him?
Oh, I've got tons of confidence in him. I saw it all spring and all fall camp, and I'm glad that everybody else is seeing it now. I don't know what happened in the past. Don't really care. I'm glad he's here, but he is unbelievable, and he's a good player, really good player. He is just a great young man. And I enjoy seeing him every single day, enjoy our relationship.
There is Mike Houston talking about his football team, talking about Anthony Smith there at the end. And good start to the ECU career for Anthony Smith, especially last week, making some highlight plays. And he's done it in both weeks, both games so far this season. There's Mike Houston's comments on the United Bank Coaches Corner. We'll now hear from the opposing coach, Sean Clark, who since taking over at his alma mater went 9-3 in 2020, 10-4 in 21, including a win over ECU, 6-6 in 22, 9-5 last year, including a win over the Pirates. And he talked this week about a number of topics, including his thoughts on the road environment. They just faced a tough one in Death Valley, and another one today at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Here is Sean Clark.
What do you think your team learned from a sold-out Memorial Stadium down in Clemson that they can carry over to another rowdy environment in Greenville that's also been a decade or plus since they've played there?
No, it's a great crowd at Clemson, but we're used to great crowds. Again, we didn't perform the way we wanted to perform. You can't sugarcoat it, and it is what it is. You can't go up 66 points and only score 20. So, again, I don't think the crowd will affect us. Again, they have great fans down there, and it's a football school. And again, I like Craig as a coach Houston, what he's built there. Again, they've improved a lot from the last 2 years, and you can see that on tape right now.
Sean Clark on the environment. Also his thoughts on East Carolina's new offense.
ECU, obviously new offensive scheme and their new play calling going on. Based on Saturday, I'm sure you guys are probably expecting them to test you with that post pattern and test the integrity of the secondary. What are you seeing out of that new offense that is maybe different from what we saw last year when you played them?
Well, again, I think what you put on tape is what you are right now. So people are going to try to throw the long ball against us. We have to be able to defend it. So you look at East Carolina, their offense, they ran 97 plays last week versus Old Dominion. So they have some playmakers, got a great quarterback in Garcia. Their scheme is tough to defend. Their offensive coordinator came from Ole Miss. So, again, it's a high-powered offense. So our offense has to protect our defense this week. We can't go 3 and out and let them have 97 plays. So we'll have to be very creative how we run our offense and make sure we stay on the field as long as we can.
And Jake Garcia leads the nation with 7 interceptions, but the Pirates are 2-0. How do you explain that? Here's Sean Clark.
Now, I've only looked at for ECU some of their offensive major stats, but their quarterback, Jake Garcia, has thrown 7 interceptions, but they're 2-0. So what makes them able to survive in chaos, if you will?
Well, they have a very good defense, and their coach, their coordinator, the defensive coordinator, does a great job of giving different looks. They have a lot of team speed on defense. They tackle well. In offense, I mean, you run 97 plays, you're going to have some bad moments in there as well. So, again, they've overcame those turnovers. But, again, it really starts with us. We have to do a great job in the back end having clean eyes, and we have to make sure our offense protects our defense this week.
All right, there is the head man of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, Sean Clark, getting ready for today's game. Florida State is pitiful. They're about to wrap up the first quarter here. DJU just threw a punt interception on 3rd and 11, and Memphis is going to have a 3-0 lead as they head to the second quarter. And apparently the quarterback situation behind DJU is atrocious, or else he would have been pulled by now.
Yeah, he's been terrible. In about 2 weeks, his next question will be, would you like to supersize that?
Boy, Earl really bringing the comedy.
I have Florida State, so I need him to pick it up. Like, come on.
Here's John Moody. That's John Moody's lock of the week, just leading us down another plank to walk. Brutal, John.
Well, when they use the L word, that's going to lose then.
That is the theme for John Moody, who is continuing his offer.
Yeah, that's a bad word in the sports betting industry. Is if anybody uses that word when they put a play, and I want to bet the opposite side because I know it's going to lose.
Oklahoma State 14-0 now over Tulsa as they play early second quarter. South Carolina 7-0, and they have the ball as they lead LSU and are driving, getting into the red zone.
Here's a stat to consider. LSU has 7 total yards of offense in this game. You heard me correctly. 7.
South Cac, I watched that game last week against Kentucky. It was a tough watch.
It was so much fun to watch, right?
But a lot of that was due to South Carolina's defense not allowing anything for the Wildcats, and they're doing the same against LSU today. Central Michigan has the ball. They're down 7-3 to Illinois. NC State up 3-0 in the second quarter. Boy, State just kind of piddling around again against Louisiana Tech. But the Wolfpack do lead at 3-0. It is 3-3, Cincinnati and Miami of Ohio. And North Texas is driving. They trail Texas Tech 17-7. BC and Mizzou are underway in Columbia, Missouri. So there's a look at what's going on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by the Buck. Want to give a shout out to Fifth Street Hardware for the awesome food. We've got a little bit of time before we take a break. Could somebody, Cole, Earl, Glenn, grab a camera and show the spread we've got today? Because we've got some awesome stuff to feast on. Fifth Street Hardware. They've got the brunch on Saturdays and Sundays, and also burgers, chicken sandwiches. We've got boneless wings back there. We got shrimp po' boys. We've got, they brought desserts. I think Cole is going to take us on a little trip, a little journey down the Pirate Radio hallway for our YouTube and Facebook audience. And here he goes. There you see the Dwayne Harris jersey. Tony Collins, T-Cop, David Garrard, Ernest Biner. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. All right, Cole's in the back. Cole, what do we got back there? We got some, there's the chicken sliders and the burger sliders. Very nice. Very nice. All right, move along. We've got, let's see, chips. Shirley loves the hot chips, as do I.
I do. I'm a big fan.
I took out the po' boys, so you're going to have to, there's some nice boneless wings. By the way.
Was it the shrimp po' boys?
Yeah.
There's another one underneath that one.
Another one. And they gave us an array of sauces, too. Buffalo, barbecue, ranch, blue cheese for the boneless wings. Cole didn't even show the cupcakes. We got dessert back there from 5th Street. No, you're good. You're good.
You can bring it back in.
Thank you, Cole. Rocking the...
It's a huge tray of cupcakes.
What is that, Josiah Hatfield? Is that like authentic?
Well, I got it from the...
like an auction?
The sale that they do.
Oh, yeah. Does it have his name on the back?
No, the spring sale?
They took the name off.
But I don't even know how I fit into this.
It is pretty tight. And Cole's a little fella.
Yeah.
So he's snug.
He's a skinny little dude.
In the 88 Josiah Hatfield
skinny little
jersey.
kicker.
But thank you so much to 5th Street Hardware for the awesome pregame spread, as we are good to go here for a long day of football watching and football talking. We'll be with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show, taking your calls. Myself, Cade Norman, and the newly engaged Holton Ahlers.
Yeah, how about that?
By the way,
he kept that a secret. As a matter of fact, now when did this happen? Like last night?
On that note, yes, Shirley, it did happen last night.
Okay.
We were here on Monday producing the Brian Bailey show, myself and the big dog. And the big dog got a call, and he had it on speaker. And Holden said, "Hey man, I got a secret, and I need your help with something." And he told the big dog that he was going to ask Grace to marry him, and he needed something with video or I think he needed a graphic or something like that.
Graphic, okay.
But before he said that, Glenn said, "Well, Clip's sitting here. Is that okay?" And and Holden did do a long pause. Like, man, Clip, he might tweet this out immediately. But he said, "No, that's fine." So I was privy to the private information on Monday. So shout out to me. If y'all need a secret kept, I'm your guy. I can put it in the logbox.
So in Clip's defense, and I'll tell you why it's
what do you mean defense?
Not defense.
I don't need to be defended.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let me. Wrong choice of words there.
Okay. All right.
Let me rephrase, or let me backtrack a little bit. It's easy to tell Clip a secret, and I'll tell you why. Because he will forget that you told him that.
That is true.
Because I tell him things literally 10 seconds before we come back from commercial break, and he'll forget it.
Yeah. Like right to start the show that it's going to go right to him, and you.
Yeah, I'll be like, Clip, I'm not going to do a live read here. I'm just going to come directly to you. And then it says, "Here's now back to the show," and he's staring at me,
scrambling to put on his headphones.
I'm like,
and
I
ready
just
to go.
told you 10 seconds ago. I was going right to you.
That's not my fault. I'm here every hour of every day, and every time I talk outside of those moments, I hear Shirley's voice last.
Yes, because
So usually I don't talk unless I hear Shirley's voice.
That is true.
So it's very foreign to me if I don't hear "Now back to the show, here's Clip Brock" from Shirley Rhodes. If I don't hear that, I don't speak.
That is true. However, in that 10 seconds, he will still forget.
I should have known. I should have remembered that from 10 seconds ago. You're right. Michael Parker said took his senior's nap and ready for midnight game time in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi!
Thank you for joining us, Michael, from Abu Dhabi, which I believe is where Garfield used to always try to mail Odie, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't that Abu Dhabi?
I have no idea.
For my Garfield fans out there?
I have no idea, but I wanted to read a tweet because I thought it was a rather nice tweet.
All right, we'll wrap up the segment with a rather nice tweet.
If I can just get to it. Hang on. Okay, this is from Chris. And
Ludacris? Chris Bridges?
No. On X, and he says, "I'll forget people and I apologize, But major props to Clip, Shirley, and Pirate Radio for their dedication and hard work. You go hard 4 hours before until the last caller is served after. Just wanted to say thank you from an out-of-towner. Keep the pirate spirit alive. How about that?
Chris, thank you, sir.
That was pretty cool.
Brian Bailey earlier today said, man, I don't think people realize, like, you go 3 hours every weekday and then 4 hours for the pregame. That's a lot. And I said, Bailey.
Postgame.
I said, Bailey, you forgot something.
Yep, postgame.
They don't stop there.
Yeah.
Let's keep it rolling. 1 hour in the books. Hour 2. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way. Jeff Nadeau joins us. We got our Pirate Picks with Brian Meador. And also, we'll see if we can track down the newly engaged Holt Nailers.
And we'll also check in at the tailgate lots. Ellerby is standing by with Coach Hud.
All right, we got Ellerby and Coach Hud when we return. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Where do you find the best selection of pre-owned vehicles in Eastern North Carolina? It's DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com is a combination of 4 dealerships in Eastern North Carolina with a fully stocked inventory of over 200 SUVs, trucks, and cars. If you're looking to upgrade your vehicle or purchase for a new driver in the house, get shopping today at DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com, supporting the Pirates for over 47 years.
Hi, I'm Walker Allen Volova, and I'm with CopyPro. CopyPro has been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology. Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total satisfaction is our #1 priority. We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net. CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, it's Caleb with Stroud's Marine. Boating season is here, and at Stroud's Marine we're stocked up with over 20,000 pre-owned parts. We've got everything you need from propellers, lower units, trim units, electrical and fuel parts, and just about anything else you need for an outboard. Speaking of outboards, we will buy your old ones. And as always, our mission is to save you money and get you back out on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Jeff Gibson with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Chris Barsani from Orthopedic Season Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injuries or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedic Seats provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Want to make your day better? Order a Papa John's pizza. Get an extra large, one-topping New York-style pizza for only $10.99. Made into 8 foldable slices, perfect for sharing or not. See, things just got better, and you get to eat pizza. Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Michigan is leading Arkansas State 14-3 in the second quarter. Oklahoma State has jumped out to a 21-0 lead over Tulsa in the second. Alabama has scored. They now lead Wisconsin 7-3. Cincinnati leads Miami of Ohio 10-3. NC State leads Louisiana Tech 3-0. South Carolina is leading LSU 10-0 in the second. Memphis has a 10-0 lead over Florida State. Texas Tech leads North Texas 24-7 in the second quarter. And Boston College and Missouri halfway through the first quarter. BC has a 7-0 lead. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. And they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And free entry for ladies on the weekends. You can follow the Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule. And we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right. Tide starting to roll, as Shirley said, up 7-3, and now have it 3rd and 1 inside the 10-yard line. So looking to score again. We'll keep you up to date on that and all the scores going on around the country. All right, hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff Nadeau will join us here in a few minutes. Right now, we'll get a check-in at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. We'll go out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line and check in with Ellerby. What's up, Jonathan?
What's up, Clipper? Things are happening here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Got a lot of fun people starting to roll out here, and the atmosphere is beginning to build. Got a couple of Pirates with me right now. And speaking of, Steve the Pirate is standing right here. And Steve, got one home game under your belt, but today's going to be a little different. You're going to run out to about capacity crowd. What's that going to feel like in a few hours?
Oh, my God. You know what? If I feel any better, there'll have to be two of me. I didn't tell you, there's no better place to be than Greenville, North Carolina on football Saturday. And just look at this crowd out here. Look at this atmosphere, this tailgate. I mean, we're 2-0. What more can you say? It's going to be great.
Steve, what's it? I mean, you've been in this stadium multiple times under different conditions, different atmospheres. This one is there's a big buildup. The weather is just gorgeous. Got a little breeze, cloud cover. So, what are you thinking?
Hey, I'm thinking we're going to go 3-0 after this game. This is an electric crowd. The weather couldn't be any better. No rain. Rain held out for us, and I think we're going to pull this one in. We're going to pull it off.
Now, they've added more duties to Steve the Pirate. You're in charge of the no quarter now. Is that right?
You know what? Lady Pirate Marissa has that no quarter flag she's been doing for ladies' games. And I said, you know what? I'm going to steal that flag from this time. I'm going to go out in the field and run around with it. And it felt good. They liked it last time, so I'm going to keep that tradition going.
Well, Steve, next time we see you, you'll be coming out of it with purple haze, and look forward to you getting this team fired up for today.
Looking forward to it. Go Pirates.
Another Pirate standing right by one of our team members, former defensive coordinator, Greg Hudson. And Hud, how does it feel out here in the tailgate lots right now?
It feels great because it's not 90 and the sun's not beating down on this bald head. So the atmosphere is great. I'm still a little bit of a rookie for all this extravagant parties and stuff, but you know, you can feel the love that the Pirates have for this university. Just walking around and people saying hello. It's pretty cool. It is a special place, like you said, and I'm a fan of his, man. I still call him Jack Sparrow. I mean, he's awesome.
Steve, you say you used to him looking in street clothes. You used to seeing him in his full Pirate gear.
Yeah, like it was Disney rules. He wasn't allowed to talk when he was all geared up, so we just sort of nodded at each other in the locker room before the games. But he said they're 2-0 since he's been doing this, so he better get his job done today.
you said you're a rookie, man, but I saw you tear into Tim Sawyer's barbecue over there. I think you're a professional when it comes to tailgating.
Man, that could have been Greyhound for all it could have been. It was outstanding. So I'm going to get some more.
We got a lot of good stuff. Dustin Lineback was on the Greg Hudson show this week, episode number 3. A lot of fun catching up with your former player.
Yeah, it's neat to see. I call them kids still, but when they're talking about retiring from a sport or something they've been doing for 15 years, you really are proud of these guys, and you get close to them, and then you get separated. But the relationship you build as a coach and a player, usually the next time you see them, whether it's 10 or 20 years, it's just like the next day. And that's how it's been with all the guys. I heard from Dakota and Pierre Bell. They're around here somewhere, and it'd be nice to see all the guys.
All right, Hud, let's talk about the football game real quick. You played Appalachian State in 2009. Obviously, a lot of time has passed between now and then. Tell me what your thoughts are of how the Pirates walk out of here 3-0 today.
Well, what you want from a standpoint of going against App State is what happened to them last week. Can that game beat them twice? So you're looking for that advantage. The typical App State stuff, they're classic overachievers. They find a way to beat you. They have a set culture clip. They have a set culture there that they use and the way they play and their style, and they're going to give people fits. And they've always played good, solid defense and been opportunistic. So it should be a heck of a football game. And it'd be nice to see the Pirates pull this one out get some more momentum.
All right, Hud, appreciate you being by the tailgate zone today. We'll see you next week in the studio.
All right, be nice.
All right, Clipper, lots of fun, man. The tent is getting full, and a lot of people are getting festive. A lot of Pirate beverages, thanks to our friends at Carolina Eagle and Bud Light. Also, thanks to our buddy Tim Sawyer, State Farm. Man, he has cooked up a spread. We have Boston butts. He's chopped up into pork, barbecue sandwiches, sliders. We got sausages, great-looking chicken wings. And then, of course, our friends at 360 Golf Carts are getting us around the tailgate lot. So look for us when we stop by. But lots of great sponsors, also including our friends at Pepsi. But having a great day at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. And, look, you never know who else will stop by. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
All right, Ellerby with Steve the Pirate and Coach Hud, Greg Hudson, live at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Let's stay on that Big Rock Power Sports live line. Big Rock Power Sports, 5 locations in eastern North Carolina. Choose your adventure. Joining us, Jeff Nadeau, to talk about this Saturday slate. Jeff, how you doing, man?
Great. How are you, Cliff?
I'm doing good. We're both doing better than Florida State. It's been said a million times now, but man, what a pitiful team and what a pitiful showing. 0-2. Fans still showed up chopping at Doak Campbell today, but they have got to be miserable right now because Memphis up 10-0 on the Seminoles. And Jeff, what do you do? I mean, they go undefeated through the regular season last year, so you got to think Mike Norvell has a little bit of time built up there, but man, they are staring 0-3 in the face here.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just haven't gotten to quarterback play. I mean, they only have 52 total yards, under 3 yards of play. They have 21 rushing yards. I mean, this is a testament, though, to Memphis. I mean, this is a good defensive performance so far. I mean, this is not generally a very good defensive team, but they haven't had to do much offensively. They only have 97 yards themselves, but yeah, it's bad in Florida State. I don't recommend betting them or getting involved with them whatsoever.
Other scores right now: Missouri just kicked a field goal. They trail Boston College 7-3 late in the first quarter. NC State added a field goal. They are. Again, I said it earlier, kind of piddling around with Louisiana Tech, 6-0 Wolfpack as they go kind of late in the second quarter there. Alabama just scored Jalen Milroe rushing touchdown. It is 14-3 tied. Oklahoma State putting it on Tulsa, 27-0 PAT pending in that one. And how about South Carolina shutting out LSU right now, 10-0 in the second quarter. Jeff, I want to get some of your games you like later today, but let's talk Pirates and Mountaineers. You're 2-0 with the under for East Carolina. Talked to you earlier this week, and you said it might be about time to buck that trend and go over, but how you feeling about that 59.5-ish total for ECU App State today?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely not getting the best price here on the over. It was 56.5 earlier this week. There still are some 58.5s out there. I would probably try to find that book. I believe it's, I think Caesars. I would really probably bet this up, though, to 59. I don't have much issue there. I think the over looks good here. I've kind of bucked the trend here a little bit. As you said, I've liked the under. That said, App State's a much more explosive team than the teams they played so far, ECU. And I think, a lot of people would agree, and as looking at someone that's not there every day, I think there's a lot of potential in ECU's offense. As we talked about, it's really just they got to get the interceptions in check. I think if they could do that, this will kind of turn into a shootout. App State's not very good defensively. I think this is probably first to 30 wins. I'm going to go like 31-28, 35-31, something like that. I think it's a fun back-and-forth game down in Greenville.
Yeah, they do. The Pirates have left some points on the board. You also said, gun to your head, if I made you pick, when we talked to you on Thursday, App State won in 2021. App State won this game in 2023. You would pick App State to win again here in 2024?
Yeah, I don't have much. I still think App State's a better team. I think, though the EAC is a better conference than the Sun Belt, I have App State winning that conference. I feel like these two teams would probably be pretty similar as far as kind of like the middle tier AAC team. I think these teams are pretty similar, though. I don't know if App State should be a favorite on the road. I feel like this is about as coin flippy as it gets.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just go with an offense I know will move the ball, and that's to me App State.
Jeff, there was a game last night involving a team, Arizona, that really had kind of sleptwalked their way to 2 wins and had not looked impressive doing so. And do they wake up against a good opponent? The answer was no. K-State took it to them last night. Very similar feel to Oregon and what they've done this year. Have not looked very impressive. Will they wake up when they face a better opponent? And how about when they face a rival? They are in Corvallis today to face Oregon State. That 17.5 number looks huge, but do the Ducks finally wake up today? What do you think about that game?
I think they do. I think they do, though, more or less on the defensive side. I think they play really well in this game. Oregon State, this is not a vintage Oregon State team. Their quarterback is not particularly good, Giovanni McCoy. They're obviously dealing with obviously a new coach out there. They're kind of a group without a home right now in the Pac-12, which is only got 2 teams. They actually needed the fourth quarter to put away San Diego State. That was 7-0 at the end of the third quarter. Really struggled to move the ball against San Diego State. I think we see a really spirited effort from Oregon's defense today. I don't think they have much trouble moving the ball, but after giving up so many yards to Cincy and Boise State, I think they pinned their ears back and are really good defensively. I think they probably pushed 30, maybe high 20s. I like the under in this game. I think 49.5 is too high. I think this is like a good old-fashioned like 31-7 type of game, 35-10, 35-7, something like that. I like the under here. I think Oregon State will really struggle to score in this one.
Sneaky good rivalry Saturday with that game, Washington State, and the backyard brawl, West Virginia and Pitt. Jeff, what else coming up later today is on your radar?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of highlight a team that I've highlighted on your show. I think they're really feeling themselves right now. They're back at home finally. I like UVA getting points. I was surprised to see this. I got it at 2.5. They're now a favorite. I got plus 2.5 on this game clip. They're now -1. Virginia's being bet pretty hard by the Sharps here. I like this team a lot. I'm a big fan of their quarterback, Anthony Calandria. They finally have settled on him. I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the AACC. This is a defense. It's not great, but back at home, I had them as a favorite here. They lost to Maryland last year, 42-14. And when the Hoos go off as a favorite, they've covered 7 of 10 as a dog, winning 7 games outright. In that game last year, they were only down 21-14 heading into the fourth. I think they get some big-time revenge. This offensive line's looked better for Virginia. Their defensive line's been better. They only had 11 sacks clipped last year, Virginia. They had 6 last week against Wake. So this is a team that's kind of feeling themselves. They're at home. I think they should be a favorite in this game. I like Virginia here to beat Maryland.
Cavs definitely got some confidence. I looked up That was on the TV in Studio B last week, and I looked up, and Wake's got a double-digit fourth-quarter lead. Thought that was over, and then look up again, and Virginia had won that game with a late touchdown, so they are feeling good, as you said, 2-0, and going back home to face a Maryland team that just had a head-scratching loss at home to Michigan State. Jeff, that one's coming up tonight. Anything else on this Saturday slate we should keep an eye on?
Well, here's one thing I'm going to tell you, and this is good for AAC people. Cliff, I'm going to tell you right now, North Texas has the worst defense in the country. This defense is horrific. It is. I'd be over in this game, and I'm hopefully I'll be loving it in about an hour or two. But this defense is horrible, and they're heinous. They're a complete disgrace.
By the way, that score, 45-7, 6 minutes left to go until halftime. Texas Tech has rolled up 45 points on North Texas.
Now, I will say they were aided. They did have a pick six, but they've had no trouble moving the ball. Plenty of garbage time. I'm hoping they put up 70 themselves and cover the over. I'll say this, a late night or later tonight, there's actually a pretty sneaky game, not necessarily late night, I guess, but Ole Miss Wake. This is a very interesting game, Cliff. Ole Miss is going to move the ball against anybody. They're not going to have trouble moving the ball against Wake. Wake can't stop anybody either. They gave up 31 last week to Virginia in a losing effort. But I'll tell you right now, I'm curious about how good Ole Miss plays on defense. They have played nobody over the first 2 weeks. They played Middle Tennessee and Furman. Now they get a quarterback and an offense that's pretty good. Damon Claiborne's a good running back for Wake. Hank Buckmeyer seemed to find his footing in the ACC. That's going to be an interesting game there. I feel like Wake could maybe put up 20 in that game, maybe get that 45-24, put that game over the total. That's an interesting one. What will Texas look like, Cliff? I mean, this game you can't be that excited about. Coming off a big win in the Big House, now you're laying 36.5 to a UTSA team that got their doors blown off last week. This is a huge game for those San Antonio kids. That might be a little too high of a number there.
All right, Jeff Nadeau looking around the landscape of college football. Nadeau, while we got you here, full NFL Sunday on tap. Your Birds don't play until Monday night against Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. But how about Sunday slate? Anything you're looking at?
Yeah, it's funny, Cliff, but I think earlier this week, what was it, Wednesday or Thursday, I told you I like the Cowboys a little bit.
Yeah.
I have pulled off that. I think I'm going to look towards the Saints here. I'm really concerned about. I mean, I think the public's going to get crushed this week. I feel like that number's just not moved. In fact, we've seen a little it going down to 6. That should not be happening when you have a bunch of money coming in on the favorite. I think you're going to see a lot of 7-point favorites losing this week. Cowboys will be a big teaser piece, big money line piece. Something tells me the Saints beat the Cowboys. I don't know why. But there's a lot of 6, 7-point favorites this week, 5, 5.5, 8.5-point favorites. All these teams are going to be teased. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of dogs cover this week.
All right, keep an eye on that. Jeff Nadeau joining us. Jeff, awesome stuff, man. Appreciate you joining us today and every Thursday on Pirate Radio Live. Good luck on your over and your other plays, and we'll talk to you again soon, man.
I kind of feel bad at this point for North Texas. They've just turned the ball over again. Texas Tech's going to have the ball in the red zone. I kind of feel bad.
50-plus with still a lot of time left in the first half. Good grief.
This would be a rough beat, so let's hope.
Yeah. Let's get it home. All right, Jeff. Thank you, bud.
All right. See you.
There is Nadeau. Just loving what's happening right now in Lubbock. With North Texas and Texas
The live
Tech.
total for that Texas Tech game is 100.5 right now.
Oh, love to see those hundreds on the board.
99.5, my bad. 99.5. It just dropped.
We'll take a timeout, come back, roll on. Hour number 2. More picks. We'll talk ECU App State and other games with Brian Meador. He is our Pirate picker this week. Got that on the way when we return. Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll enjoy some 5th Street Hardware grub. Man, they hooked us up with an awesome pregame spread. 5th Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room, downtown Greenville, beside the State Theater. Go check them out for their great brunch starting at 10:30 on Saturday and Sundays, 10:30 to 2. Back with more Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There is road work outside, but plenty of food and fun inside at Fish Street Hardware in downtown Greenville. Park right across the street and make your way in for a great lunch today or drinks with friends. There are over 40 beers on tap and plenty of new specialty cocktails to choose from. Don't forget about Singo on Tuesdays, trivia with DJ Captain Morgan on Wednesdays, local artist live music on Thursdays, and the best Sunday brunch starting at 10:30 a.m. Be sure to follow Fish Street Hardware on Facebook and Instagram for all the 411. Go Pirates!
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving away ECU football tickets. Stop in and register to win and purchase the vehicle of your dreams. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Save Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Hey Pirate Nation, Dank Burrito is coming to Greenville. Everyone loves a good burrito, but they're always the same basic flavors. Basic is boring. Dank Burrito is not your basic burrito joint. We use global flavors and fresh to death ingredients to make new kinds of burritos, bowls, and tacos you never knew you'd love so much. Dank Burrito is the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, and we're opening soon on 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Check us out at dankburrito.com or on Facebook. Go Pirates!
It's not the amount of power. It's the size of our tower. Pirate Radio. We are the voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. This segment brought to you by National Finance Company. Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy. Get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com. And a quick Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update for you. Clip as South Carolina, not South Carolina, LSU is on the board. They have scored a touchdown, so it's 17-7 South Carolina. Good Lord, I'm confusing myself. LSU struggling against that South Carolina defense. And Florida State on the board. They kick a field goal. They still trail Memphis.
Well, thank you for your participation. this show,
hold on. Hold, please.
I had a moment earlier this week.
Oh, yeah, this one?
Participation. Yeah.
Well, I can't say anything.
Hit the whole question. Glenn,
okay.
Glenn seemed to enjoy that. Check this out, Glenn. This is
hold on.
Me to Blake Harrell here.
Talk a lot about depth going into the year, especially on the D line through 2 games. Have you look at participation
or precipitation? You might look at that too.
Oh dear, participation.
Whoops.
Participation. Again, I started with per, and it really just screwed me off. Got to go par, not per. All right, if you are riding along with us all day long on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, you're going to have to stay up and stay energized. You can do that with Celsius by your side. Look for your favorite Celsius flavor at your favorite retailer and at ECU Games. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pirate Radio, proudly distributed by the Minges Bottling Group. All right, time for some Pirate picks, and our Pirate picker this week is Brian Meador, and let's hear those picks now. All right, inside the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, special guest Pirate picker this week, Brian Meador. How do you follow Danny Beal and Kevin Monroe with Brian Meador?
You
It's
don't.
a natural progression.
That's not a progression. Don't insult Kevin like that. My goodness.
Meador, good to talk some football with you, man. And
Always.
How about the 2-0 start for the Pirates?
You know what? Despite the turnovers from last week, and I know you guys have beaten that to death this week, but we left probably 21 to 28, 24 points on the board. We whooped the Monarchs' ass. And I really think that game was not indicative of the score. When you turn the ball over, especially in the red zone like that, obviously you can't make those mistakes moving forward. But if you're going to beat up on an opponent, I know we're going to pick the Vautech Old Dominion game in a minute, but I was not impressed with Old Dominion.
Yeah, same. We'll get back to ECU and App State in a moment, but let's start with the team, Brown. We watched this game during the pregame last week. I'm not sure if you had a chance to catch any of it, but Tulane had K-State on the
I saw the
ropes.
highlights. They had them.
And some people say a bit of a rough call at the end on offensive pass interference, and Tulane should have at least tied, maybe won the game. Doesn't get any easier for them this week. They go to Oklahoma. They got the emotional letdown. Can they get up again and try to pull an upset this week, or is this one that Oklahoma takes care of business in?
I think you're going to see exactly what you saw last week. You're going to see a Tulane team that's going to play them tough, tight. I think it'll be a relatively low-scoring game. For that reason, I think they'll cover, 2 touchdowns, 13.5, 14, whatever it is, whatever the spread is. I think Tulane will keep it close, but I think Oklahoma wins.
How about the backyard brawl? For some reason, I remember this being a bit of a bigger deal
used to be
years ago, and now it's a bit of an afterthought. Some of that is probably what happened to West Virginia Week 1 against Penn State, where I was really anticipating that game, and Penn State whipped them. So West Virginia at Pittsburgh. Meador, who you got in the backyard brawl?
I'm taking the Panthers in this one. I'm going Pitt. You?
Anytime we can go anti-West Virginia, I mean,
I hate that place.
You know, there's a lot of stereotypes that people will say aren't true. Greg Hudson says everything about
every
going
bit
to
of
a
it.
West Virginia game
every bit of
is
it.
true.
So somebody told me you got to duck if you're doing sideline. I did sideline for WIT in our broadcast there, and someone threw a battery at me. It came from the stands. That is the truth.
Okay, you have lived it.
They moon you when you roll in. It's nothing. I lived it. I did not care for that place.
All right. Well, I hear Corvallis is nice. Coach O's been there a few times, right?
Is that right? He probably is.
He's been. I know at least once. It seemed like he was out there for a month for the regional and super regional. Yeah. Oregon and Oregon State going on. I love that this game's going on and Washington State's going on. The conferences are wacky, but at least we're keeping some rivalries and things like that. But Oregon State. Oregon has looked very shaky the first couple weeks. 2-0 versus 2-0. Does Oregon finally wake up and
I think
say,
so.
all right, we're the Ducks?
I think the Ducks win it. I like the quarterback. Number 8, man. I mean, a guy's number 8, Troy Aikman, in my heart from growing up watching the Cowboys. But I'm going with Oregon in this one.
To me, it's like they are just bored, and now they play a real team.
Yeah,
we'll see, though.
We'll see. We'll see. I think they put up points and they win.
All right, Mike Elko, year 1 at Texas A&M. Billy Napier, his final year at Florida, it appears. Could be his final game.
It could be.
Texas A&M at Florida in the swamp, Meador.
All right, so if you look at what the history has been, A&M's not done really well in September on the road. Florida has. but this is not the same Florida team of old. So I did, when I wrote it down, I was like, when you sent it to me, I was like, I hate to do this. This will be a close game. I think Florida covers, but they lose. I think Texas A&M nips them by a field goal.
I do this thing where I try to outsmart people that are way smarter than me. It's like taking NC State versus Tennessee because nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
Taking Michigan versus Texas. I did that last minute with Florida against Miami, and oh my God.
How'd that work out?
It was bad. Meador, where does the Swamp rank amongst places?
I
you've
enjoyed
been?
going there. It was a neat place to be. It was a little older than I expected as far as, like when I went to Fenway, you go to an older park like that, you walk in with this, you've got this idea of what it might be. And I walked in, I was like, this is like a big minor league park. This place is old.
Yeah.
The seats are tiny, and everything is old about it. Gainesville, I can't say the Swamp was exactly, that may not be a good analogy, but it's a box checked, I've been to some of the bigger ones. There were several that I wanted to go to, but I always wanted to go to the Swamp and see it. But once I got there, it didn't blow me away, but it's still it's a big time SEC environment.
Our Pirate Picker is
And
Brian.
we should have won that game.
My goodness, that was the Blake Kemp ball slips out of the hand.
He had Zay and Davon Grayson open.
Our buddy Bryce Williams had an amazing last drive. He was about dead.
Bryce is a trip, man.
Could barely breathe, he said on that
dude
last
makes
drive.
me laugh, man. He's so funny.
He is. He's naturally funny.
Yes, he is.
Without trying.
Yeah.
All right, Colorado at Colorado State. Matt Rule can coach some damn college football. I don't know what happened in the NFL. He can coach college football. They put the beat down, Nebraska did, on Colorado, so they are trying to get off the mat against Colorado State. You remember this game from last year, Meador?
No.
It was wild. Back and forth, total. I don't know if they combined. I think they combined for over 100 points. I'll have to look it up. But how about this year at Colorado State? Can Prime and company get off the mat here?
I'm so tired of him, man. And I'm a Cowboy guy, and I appreciated his time there. But I'm so tired of this Coach Prime nonsense. I'm taking Colorado State just cause.
It was 43-35 in overtime last year, and they scored 21 in the fourth quarter. It got good late.
If it was a late game, I'm usually putting the coaches show together. I can't watch anything.
I don't know if this was a late Friday or a late Saturday, but I remember watching it, and it was late. It might have been a late Friday before a noon game or something,
Okay.
So you were probably out. I was thinking about it. So Deion, I was going to ask, who do you associate Deion with as far as NFL teams? I think you associate Deion with Deion. Like,
that's 100% right.
Yeah.
Do you put him in the Falcons? Nah. I mean, he was with the Falcons and the Braves at the same time. Do you put him with the 49ers? I mean, you certainly don't put him with the Redskins.
If anything, I would say Dallas. I guess.
I mean, he won.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's a toss-up between the 49ers and Dallas because he won championships.
And was also a Raven.
Mm-hmm. Sure was.
Yeah.
Toward the end there. Yep.
All right. You, Brian, said you were not impressed with Old
I think
Dominion.
Vatek, I talked to Coach Mack earlier about Vatek and his expectations of them this year. I think they're going to steamroll Old Dominion. I really do. I don't think Old Dominion showed me anything last week. We should have blown them out by 3 touchdowns. I got to believe Vatek is going to do that.
Meador, between the video game that came out this year, the expanded college football playoff, and Coach Mack joining us every Tuesday on the show, my love for college football has been reinvigorated.
Because Coach Mack.
A lot of it is because he said, hey, I don't know. I'm not talking NFL. Like, if y'all want to do it, you can, but I'm not talking it. So we dedicate an entire hour every Tuesday to college football, and it's got me way more into it.
When he's so knowledgeable, and college in general, he's knowledgeable about it all. Obviously, being a basketball coach, but some of his stories, he wrote his book, and I say, hey, man, you left all the good stuff. Like some of the stories you've told. He said, well, I really can't reveal some of those stories, but such a smart, and he knows. You could talk NFL with him, and he would sit here and he could BS his way through it.
Sure,
and you wouldn't know. But he doesn't want to do that.
He's got a passion about it when he talks about college
100%,
sports.
or NASCAR.
Yep, yeah, that too.
Yeah.
All right, Meador, App State has not just beat ECU. I feel like they've bullied ECU the last couple of times.
So last year, if you remember, we went into the fourth quarter only down 8. So and you got to remember that game. Flynn threw 3 picks, was not good. Did they bully us in the trenches a little bit? One can make that argument.
Am I thinking more of 21 with
yes,
the bullying? Then?
Yes.
Okay.
Because last year was. I mean, we had reasonably decent quarterback play last year. I mean, we're right there with them. I mean, we're down 8 in the fourth quarter of this team that supposedly everybody's like they really whooped us last year. No, they didn't. They got a late touchdown. Otherwise, that game was not a blowout. It was a reasonably close game with a bad you're a bad signal caller. I'm sorry, but I think Garcia is a significant upgrade. I hate the turnover problems he's had. I think you watch Holton when he breaks it down, you understand why did he make this throw, why did he make that throw, and we got to get him to the point where, hey man, it's okay to throw the ball out. He's got that Brett Favre mentality where he thinks he can force it in no matter what the coverage is.
And you saw it post game; he says as much. He knows it.
He knows.
It's a matter of applying it. When the bullets are coming at you and everything. But I like a lot of things he's done. I am. What'd you say? Flynn had 3 interceptions
last year.
He's averaging more than that right
3.5.
Yeah. So one thing I almost feel bad. We almost ignored the defense on Pirate Radio because they're so steady and so good.
You take them for granted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All our questions, comments, concerns, and the offensive side is new, but it's all about the offense.
And the thing, Blake Harrell is the nicest defensive coordinator I've ever met, because we've had a string of them, and Greg Hudson included. He's one of my boys. I love Greg, but man, he was tough to work with. If you're at practice and you got on your cell phone, Greg would yell at you from across the field. Get off the phone! You don't talk on the phone in my office.
Did he have a nickname for you? Like he would call me Smokey because I smelled like cigarette smoke when I talked to him.
On the roads we would go. I'd go hang out in his room and we would talk motorcycles, of all things. We joke about motorcycles. Really cool, laid back dude. I mean, he's intense, but he's also laid back when you're chilling with him.
But you're right. Blake Harrell is
he's the nicest
spoken.
Yeah,
at least. And to us.
Like if you ask Greg for an interview outside of he's going to ask you one of two things. You say, "What's this for?" and "What do I get?" Like what am I getting? Am I playing golf at Ironwood this week or what? What am I getting? And Blake Harrell's like, "Sure, man, whatever you need."
And his defense
has
is
been playing
badass.
fantastic. And I mean, they're veterans. They're good. I mean, up and down that unit, you see guys that play with a very fast motor, and I like that. And Blake, and his passionate, when he's doing his pregame speech, he gets fiery, and that's when you see that little intensity, that all that ball energy in that guy. He's not the biggest guy in the world.
No,
I mean he's the antithesis of Hud in every way.
So you got the Pirates today?
I got the Pirates, man. I think we're going to win this. We're going to win this thing today, and I think people are going to be surprised at how well we played. And this is probably the biggest leap. I don't think Garcia is going to turn the ball over.
Man,
that's a leap. It's a leap.
If that happens, I'm definitely willing to say East Carolina's going to win today.
Same.
Meador, awesome talking with you as always.
Always with you, buddy.
We'll do it again soon.
Say when.
There he is, Brian Meador. Always fun to talk to. Likes the Pirates a lot today in their game against App State. We got a 75-yard touchdown run. That is Sellers, the quarterback for South Carolina, on the touchdown, as the Gamecocks are taking it to LSU. Boy, tough scene at Camp Randall. Wisconsin with basically a chip shot field goal to make it a one-possession game late in the first half. You go to the locker room, 14-6. You're not feeling that bad about yourself. Instead, missed field goal, which immediately turns into an Alabama touchdown, and it's 21-3 heading into halftime, and that is just about all she wrote from Camp Randall. So keeping up with these games here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate as we get you ready for East Carolina and App State. Did Young Cole leave? I was going to
yes.
Okay, well,
yes, he did.
Either way, let me say happy birthday to his grandfather, Charlie Martin, who is a jungle legend and getting ready to have a birthday tailgate out at the tailgate lot. So happy birthday, Mr. Martin. All right, let's take a break. When we return, we'll see if we can track down Holton Ahlers. Also have our Papa John's Pirate Preview. And got a real treat for y'all. Got an in-studio guest coming. I asked could we just call him on the phone at 2 o'clock, but he said, just come in. I don't do it as well as Chandler. Zach Kaplan.
I was getting ready to say, is that your Zach Kaplan impersonation? Because that's not rude.
You try one.
Oh, no, I can't do it at all. Look, I'm not even going to attempt it because I know mine would be bad.
Yeah, he'll be joining us coming up at some point in hour number 3. We got more to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on. How you feeling? Predictions. Give me some predictions. What Pirate will go off today? Who is your pick to click? We'll talk about it when we return after this.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Hey there, Eastern North Carolina. Jeff Stein at Brown and Wood. We have the 2024 Encore GX at 0.9 for 36 months. You heard it right, 0.9. We also have the Envision and the Enclave at 0.9. For GMC, we have the 2024 Sierra at 1.9%, the Terrain at 0.9%, and the all-new Hummer EV 849 lease for 24 months. Brown and Wood, 89 years in business in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
Fall into comfort with fantastic fall savings from Bostic Sugg Furniture. Transform your home this fall with some of our lowest prices of the season, plus 6 months special financing. Kick back, relax with beautiful motion furniture from Lazy Boy, Bassett, and Best at the guaranteed lowest price. Catch better Z's and save on a comfortable new Serta or Helix mattress with up to 48 months special financing. Cozy up and fall into comfort now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
North Carolina State Parks has activated the North Carolina Outdoor Recreation Plan. With over 40 parks to visit in the state, we want to hear from you. Selected residents may receive a North Carolina Outdoor Recreation Plan survey through the United States Postal Service. Please take the time to complete the survey to help outdoor recreation from the mountains to the sea. For more information, visit ncparks.gov/outdoors.
Mow like a pro with Hustler zero-turn mowers. They engineer their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday homeowner while not sacrificing the build and cut quality they're known for. From the heavy-duty frame to the welded steel deck to their trademark smooth track steering, Hustler zero-turn mowers deliver professional grade cut quality for a perfectly manicured lawn. Come into Ron Ayers Motorsports to see the Hustler difference for yourself today. Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, this is State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer right here in Greenville. We can switch your auto and home insurance so you can start saving today. My team and I are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Timothy Sawyer State Farm, it's easy to switch and save. Just give us a call, 493-0002. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for only $9.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $9.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, a couple of games have already gone into the locker room at halftime. Michigan has a 21-3 lead over Arkansas State at the half. Oklahoma State 28, Tulsa nothing at halftime. Alabama got off to a slow start, but they are starting to pull away over Wisconsin. They lead it at the half, 21-3. Cincinnati is still clinging to a 10-3 lead over Miami of Ohio at halftime. NC State is trailing Louisiana Tech 17-6 at the half. In the second quarter, it's South Carolina 24, LSU 10. Memphis leads Florida State 13-3 at the half. Texas Tech is absolutely hammering North Texas. They went into the locker room with a 52-7 lead over the Mean Green, and then Boston College is now leading Missouri 14-3 in the second quarter. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. And you can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
All right, Shirley, we got a cancellation in college football. Portland State is canceling today's home game against South Dakota due to an outbreak of whooping cough.
What?
It's
whooping cough, but
cough.
Typically whooping cough is a child's illness. Like, you typically see that in children, not like teenagers / young adults.
Well, you got to watch out for that whooping cough.
Because it'll whoop you. Ah.
For that it will.
Okay. Hold, please.
That's,
I can't play it at the same time.
Whooping cough sounds like a old, like...
There we go.
Like an outbreak of scurvy or something. It sounds like an old illness to me. Like from the olden days. But what do I know?
Is whooping cough the same thing as the croup? Because we used to call something back in the day, we used to call, like, there was a child's illness that we used to call the croup. And I don't know if it's the same thing as whooping cough.
I've definitely heard croup before.
Yeah.
It is a highly contagious respiratory tract infection. So, it apparently is going around in the greater Northwest.
Wow.
All right, moving along. East Carolina, App State. No whooping cough, just some whooping going on the field. And we will hear Brian Bailey's Papa John's Pirate Preview to get us ready for the ball game.
Held East Tennessee State to just 3 of 13. Klubnik zips it down the field. Wesco in stride, and the Tigers are on the board.
Appalachian State limps into town to take on East Carolina for Game 3 on the Pirates' schedule. The Mountaineers never knew what hit them in Death Valley last week, falling to Clemson 66-20. App State coach Sean Clark says his team has to put that game behind them in order to compete against East Carolina this week.
We didn't perform well, and we understand that. We own that, and it's time to move on. And again, one bad loss is not going to hurt your season. So we have to make sure we regroup, get back everybody on the same page, circle the wagons, and go back to work.
Gonna go straight ahead, and there is room. Harris breaks free. Now it's a foot race for the end zone. And he will win. What a run by Harris.
What a call.
Oh, East Carolina comes into this game at 2-0. Senior running back Rajay Harris led the Pirates in their 20-14 win over Old Dominion last week. And now Rajay and company set sights on the Mountaineers.
It's a challenge, man. I haven't beat App State since I've been here, so the guys pumped up, man. The coaches pumped up. Everybody pumped up for the game. I know everybody can doubt it's going to be rowdy, so, man, we just ready to go out there and just unleash, be electric.
Big Elijah Morris on that defensive line for East Carolina also looks forward to this matchup. Morris says his team has to stay in control.
I don't want to get too big-headed or make a game more than what it is, but, it is a big game. It's an in-state rivalry. It's a game that's going to be very physical. App, they're coming off a loss. I know they're going to be hot and ready to play this week, and we're ready to play, So, it is the next game, but there is that mentality of, the excitement, the juice, the build-up around it, but can't get too big.
Pass in the end zone. It's picked off. Another interception by Manning, his second of the night.
Wow. The one real sore spot through 2 games for East Carolina has been Jake Garcia's interceptions. He threw 3 picks in Game 1. He threw 3 more in the first half of Game 2. He threw yet another on 1st and goal in the 3rd quarter against Old Dominion. Something has to change.
I feel bad for him because the turnovers are covering up. I mean, he's playing pretty dang well. He's about 5 or 6 decisions away from people looking at him in a different light. And so you go for me, I'm always going to be positive. I'm always going to stay positive, and I'm really positive with Jake because he's doing so many good things that we're going to fix the issues. I promise you that. We'll fix the issues, and we're going to focus on the good things that he's doing and keep building on those.
The Pirates are a slight underdog in this matchup with Appalachian State. Pirate coach Mike Houston with his final thoughts on the matchup.
Big test, okay? Great opportunity, but a big test. Really excited. I think the Boneyard's completely sold out. I think the stadium has a little over 1,000 tickets or something like that left, for a complete sellout. So there's going to be a huge crowd here on Saturday. It's our job to make sure we're ready to play. The kids will be ready. So they're excited about the matchup.
Appalachian State leads the all-time series with East Carolina 21-12. The Pirates lost the last two matchups in the series, falling in Charlotte in 2021 and losing in Boone last season. Kickoff is set for 4 o'clock at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. With the Papa John's Pirate Preview, I'm Brian Bailey.
All righty. Thank you, BB. Papa John's Pirate Preview. Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates. All right, popular question this week. Jamie says, still no Javius Bond update? Jamie, there's no injury report. In college football, you don't have to disclose anything. Probable, questionable, doubtful, out, whatever. You don't have to say anything. Mike Houston's not going to say anything unless Mike Houston tells somebody right now and that gets out, or if Javius Bond, if anybody knows Javius, you can give him a call or text him and ask him. You're not going to know. So we're going to have to wait until we see players go onto the field, start warming up. Is Bond going to play? We have our Orthopedics East injury report, and that's just to talk and speculate on whether or not guys will play. All we know is Javius Bond practiced this week. He wanted to go back in last week, so hopefully that is positive news for the talented Pirate sophomore running back. All right, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate brought to you by Bud Light. Reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Jamie said, do people see him around school, classes, facilities? I don't know. Call in, 317-1250. When's the last time you saw Javius Bond, and how is he looking? Let us know. Yeah, I don't know. When I first started doing this, nigh upon 15-plus years ago, ECU did have an injury report. Now, how accurate was that? I don't know. But from what I gather, it was never really necessary to do. Some teams stopped doing it, so now pretty much every team has stopped doing it. There's no it's not like the NFL where you get in trouble, supposedly, if you lie on your injury report. All right, we'll go to break. As we do, a couple of quick updates. Still at the half, Bama 21-3 over Wisconsin. Oklahoma State and Tulsa have started the second half, and it is all Okie State, 28-0 there. LSU must have scored somewhat recently. Is now 24-16 in the second quarter of that one. South Carolina in the lead. And how about BC on the road at Missouri, up 14-6, but Missouri does have the ball in the red zone. We'll keep you up to date on all those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by The Buff. All right, we are halfway home. When we return, here's a treat or a trick, depending on your perspective. Zach Kaplan going to join us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate live in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll hear from P-Mace, Patrick Mason. We'll have our advanced moving opponent preview. And also, get back inside the United Bank Coaches Corner with John David Baker. All that on the way. Hour 3, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
At At Chicken Salad Chick, we make our food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. We have 12 flavors of chicken salad, plus soups, sides, sandwiches, and desserts. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, we have something for everyone. All of our delicious chicken salads conveniently packaged in take-home containers and multiple sizes for you or the whole family. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. Now open at 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Chicken Salad Chick.
There's a special deal at U.S. Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, barbershop quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
In this new world of having everything delivered to your home or office, why wouldn't you start using Cellular Warehouse for all of your cellular deliveries? Toby Williams and his team are in the business of delivering phones and tablets every day to customers, which enables you to take the hassle out of visiting a store. The best thing about this great service is that it's free. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051. That's 252-799-7051, and let his team make your wireless experience fast and easy. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joe M. Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve. To get started, call me, Talbot Green, 714-2076.
Talbot Green, NMLS 120331. For informational purposes only. Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
Public notice, discount mattress and furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount mattress and furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
Yeah. Get your game faces on, Pirates. Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. It's time to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields, if you know what I mean. We're flying into Dove season with shotguns galore and shells for days. Don't miss out on Beretta's $200 cash back on A400 Extreme Pluses and $75 back on A300 Ultimas. Tune in as we head into hunting season with the best deals around and the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Shop online or stop on by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
Find out when the cannons explode.
There's a common misbelief today that to make it further, you need to push yourself, that you need to give up any joy to continue your rigid routine. Or you could try another way. Take some time to enjoy life, like having a Michelob Ultra with friends, because happiness is essential to living an exceptional life. Michelob Ultra, a refreshing and balanced flavor with only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
I'm here with Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Pools. Jamie, what's new?
For starters, we're building our new building out at 5019 Highway 43 South. We've also put together a 10-day pool package.
A 10-day pool package? What does that mean?
Well, people think pools take a long time, but with this package, we break ground and have you swimming in 10 days. Go to CarolinaHardscapesandPools.com or by calling 364-1201. You can stop by our office on Fire Tower Road. We can make your backyard dreams into a reality with landscaping, patios, fireplaces, and outdoor kitchens.
Carolina Hardscapes and Pools.
Enjoy the outdoors.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back, and for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 81,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Hour 3. Special guest joining us in studio. I said, hey, man, can we give you a call? He said, I'll do you one better. I'll show up. Zach Kaplan's here. Hey, Zach.
Hey, Clip, how are you?
Great. Happy game day to you.
Happy game day. I was just explaining to Shirley during the break, to Tarboro and Southwest Edgecombe, and when I got there and saw their field, it all made sense to me. They were supposed to play last night, function at the Junction, big rivalry. It's going to be our game of the week for Touchdown Friday, and the field was in such bad shape. Like, even today it was not in great shape, but they had to move it to noon today, so I was coming back in from Tarboro when you texted me. And I was like, well, I'm pretty much going right by. So
Zach making the most of his football Saturday. Very good. Very
already,
good.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get Zach's thoughts in a moment. We'll get Holt Naylor's thoughts right now as he joins us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Holt, congratulations. By the way.
Thanks, Clipper, man. Yeah, I'm a lucky man. You guys know Grace, so I'm pumped, man. Couldn't be more blessed.
I guess so. I saw the video that Bailey put out. I guess she did say yes when her shock wore off. I never actually saw her say yes.
I still don't know if she did. We were in the stadium. I was like, "You did say yes, right?"
Well, that's awesome, man. Congratulations on that. And let's follow that up with a big Pirate win. Going to be a great atmosphere out there today, Holt. East Carolina, App State. How you feeling as we are about 2 hours away from kickoff?
I'm feeling good, man. Look, I think our defense is a championship defense. If our offense can figure out the turnovers, then we're going to win a lot of games. I think it starts today. We're going to really figure out kind of who we are. Look, we played really sloppy last week and still beat a good ODU team. So I feel good about it. We still got to go out there and produce, though.
Do you make sense of the total, Holden? I think it's like 59.5 now. It looked high to me at the start of the week, but I don't know. A lot of folks think, look, if East Carolina plays turnover free, who knows how many points they can score. So do you find any reason to take the over in this game?
I took the under, Clip, and my best bets we posted last night late. I took the under at 60.5. I got it, kind of early. I think our defense is really good. And anytime you got a championship defense and look, our offense is struggling turnovers, even if our offense goes score 40, I still don't see that going over 60.5. So I like the under in this one. 60 points in college football is a ton of points. I know Clemson scored 66 last week, but, that's just an anomaly. So I took the under in it. We'll see how it plays out. But all I really care about is that Pirate victory, man.
I'm on the opposite end of you on Wisconsin, Alabama. I've got the under, and unfortunately the Tide is starting to roll. They just score another touchdown, so who knows? They might hit that number themselves. Wisconsin really struggling offensively right now. Coastal, you got Coastal minus 17.5 against what may be a bottom 5 team in all of college football. Kind of crazy, Holden, and you were here when East Carolina kind of turned it around against Temple, but it wasn't that long ago that Temple was really running things in the American.
I'll tell you, man, my first 2 years, it was like the Temple Tough, and they had Matt Rule, left, so they still had those guys and that culture, man. They were really good. So it's all about head coach there, man. Look, they got that Philly toughness, and if they get the right coach in there, they have a really cool program, really cool, obviously stadium playing Lincoln Financial, but I just don't think they got the guy right now. I think he seemed like the guy on paper, seemed like the guy on interviews, but at the end of the day, if you don't go produce and win games, it doesn't matter, and he just hasn't done it.
Holden Naylor's joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Holden, the question of the week, is Javius Bond playing? You used any of your insiders to find out that information?
Yeah, I don't think so. From everything I've heard, he's pretty banged up. But, look, there's been crazier things happen. And, look, I ain't sitting there, getting injury updates from coaches like that. We do talk, almost every day, but it ain't about injuries. It's kind of funny, though. Everyone's, the film session's gone pretty good on social media and on YouTube, obviously, y'all with Pirate Radio. And everyone's like, well, what does Coach Houston think? Like, do they get upset? I'm like, no, Coach Houston loves it. He texts me every week about it and gives me his thoughts on it.
Wow.
It's been pretty cool to, see that. And he's like, we need to get you a better film angle. I'm like, nah, Coach, I'll give all the secrets away if you did that. Yeah, man, it's been a good time.
Very cool, very cool. And another edition of the Holt Naylor Show available for folks to check out. The Need for Sneed, Tyler Sneed, the special guest this week on the Holt Naylor Show. Holt, we will talk to you after the game on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show. I'll make sure to have some ranch for you as long as you bring the takes and the insight.
Let's go, Cliff. Hopefully it's a victory, man. If not, it's going to be a long night.
Yes, sir, it will be. Thank you, Holt. See you, bud.
Congrats, Holden.
There is Holt Nailers joining us. Big Rock Power Sports live line. Big Rock Power Sports has everything you need to conquer the outdoors. If you're in the market for an ATV, side-by-side, motorcycle, boat, or my personal favorite, personal watercraft, make Big Rock Power Sports and Marine your next stop. 5 locations in Eastern North Carolina. Big Rock Power Sports. Choose your adventure. All right, Zach.
I thought you were more of a pontoon guy.
That's a little too. It's a little too slow. I'm not a speed demon like a Georgia football player, but pontoon's a little too slow for me, Zach.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. I gotta ponder the question. By the way, does Holton's engagement put more pressure on ECU to win today? They can't mess up his engagement weekend. They can't mess it up for him.
Okay, I don't know.
Do I have to switch my pick?
That's on
Opposed
you.
to the 50-yard line. I mean, that's
you have App State winning this game today.
I do.
You do.
I think I gotta stand by it, even with the engagement.
Are you going under as well?
Yeah. No, I like that. I like that bet a lot. I have 27-21. I don't think it really comes close. And I can't wait for somebody to clip this when it goes like 70 plus and it's first team to 40. But for now, no, I think it's an under.
You've got a lot of clippable audio this week from your appearances here on Pirate Radio, so we'll see. Jolly Roger says,
plenty to work with.
Either of y'all know what Vegas is giving the over/under on how many picks Garcia throws? I mean, I don't think you can get that individual prop like in the NFL. You can bet on player to throw an interception.
It is worth a look to see if it's been posted, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they have that for college football. I'm gonna say no.
I'll take a look for you guys. I'll go through it. It'll either be on DraftKings or FanDuel. I'm gonna go check on those real quick. I'll let you know.
We have our top people on it.
Axel, I can't stand that you put that megaphone and your comments in all caps, but I will answer your question. Is this thing emoji a bigger game for Garcia or Houston? I'm going to say Mike Houston, who is
interesting
0-2 against Appalachian State.
Because I feel like it's Garcia, because if they lose and the turnovers pile up, how much longer does the leash go for him? But I think with Houston, the fact that they've won these first 2 games, you would think they're pretty. I mean, 90 plus.
0-2 against App State. First 2 games don't matter.
How much do you think that means? How much does that mean to ECU fans?
A lot, a ton. This is the one we talked about all offseason, really, because the schedule is not loaded with big name opponents. So this is the game. This is a huge game for Mike Houston. I see your point. If it's another bad Garcia game and they lose, he might
loses
be toast.
his job.
Yeah,
and we may not see him again.
But this is a very important game for the head coach. Brandon is tailgating. Put a whooping on App State today. Go Pirates, he says.
As far as I can tell, by the way, I can't find an interception prop that I've seen.
I mean, I would put it at over under 1.5 with. I mean, at this point, do you have to put the over at like minus 115 and the under at minus 105 or something? I think you would have to.
You got to dare people to bet that under 1.5, right?
Exactly. But
I would put it like 2.5 minus 150 to the under. That's the way I would do it.
Right. Yeah. Go that route.
That's one way.
Actually, that line
take
would
that.
actually be very indicative.
I would load up on
He
that.
threw 3 in the first game, 4 in the second game. If they put it at a 2.5 juice towards the under, I mean, that would tell me he's going to play well today. That's kind of what that line would tell me.
One other game I want to mention real quick, if people are watching this at tailgates, to keep an eye out on. We were just talking about it, Nick and I, during the break. Grayson McCall is out for the game for NC State. So they have, I don't know if it's a true freshman, but I believe it's a redshirt freshman in at quarterback. I think it's CJ Bailey is his name, not to be confused with Brian Bailey. And that is a situation developing in Raleigh, shall we say.
So he is injured?
McCall is, yes, he's injured. He was hit on a blindside blitz or something. I was listening to the NC State radio call a little bit on the way over just to see where the game was at. Because obviously I need to put it in our show later tonight. But McCall out for the game. And on last check, they were losing, and I think it was 17-13.
It is 17-13.
Yeah.
8:23 left to go, third quarter.
Definitely worth keeping an eye on. Sorry to steal the attention, but go back to ECU now.
What did a state radio broadcast sound like without Gary Hahn? Which you're not from here, so you don't really know who Gary Hahn is anyway.
So the guy who took his job is the Washington State guy who I'd listened to a little bit in my time in the Pacific Northwest, Matt Chazanow.
Okay.
I did listen. I actually did listen on the way back from the state basketball tournament in Winston-Salem, listen to Gary call the ACC championship. So, ironically, it was one of the last games he ever did, and it was probably one of his most iconic games. Waited his whole career to call them winning an ACC title. So, I've heard him call basketball, but not too much football.
Memphis is about to score again. Florida State.
Oh, boy.
Absolute shambles. 13-3, Memphis on the 2-yard line.
Just be happy the Pirates do not have Memphis on the schedule. They look legit.
And
either that or Florida State is the biggest fraud in the entire nation.
There's also a point to be made about that.
Be upset that ECU doesn't play Florida State this year. That's the
this would have been a great year to play them.
The bummer of
if
all
they
this.
were coming to Dowdy-Ficklin this year, that would
it would still sell out. Like that would be your big Power 4 school.
Oh yeah,
be a down year for them.
Zach, we do good, bad, and ugly with Patrick Mason on Wednesdays here for ECU football. What good have you seen through 2 weeks for this ECU football team? What's in the good column?
I think a lot. And by the way we talk about it, sometimes you wouldn't think that. And admittedly, by the way I talk about it sometimes. But the defense as a whole, I think the D-line, really the front seven altogether have been fantastic. One of my favorite things I've been watching on the field is Michael Edwards versus the opposing team's sideline. Is one of the funniest things. If you're going to Dowdy-Ficklin today, or if you're watching on TV and you happen to catch it, it is one of the funniest things. Just something to point out.
A lot of talking.
Oh my God! It's hysterical too. Some of the stuff. Michael Edwards and in this case the App State sideline is hysterical.
Mike Edwards, by the way, gave his gloves to a kid that was caught on camera.
That was very cool.
And neat moment after the game.
And I'd say the secondary's been good too with Revel, with IBM, and I know there's some concern at safety what it would look like, but I think they've answered those questions early on. And then offensively, they've run the ball. They've run the ball pretty well. This is a huge step up in class for them, though. Obviously, with that in mind, they've also thrown the ball well. Just when it's to the guys in the purple and gold jerseys and white, and not the ones wearing the other team's jerseys.
Yeah. All right. What's on the bad side of things?
The turnovers, obviously, and I mean that's like I don't know. Special teams has been good. I was trying to think like special teams. Kick returns been good. Conrad's been good. I'm knocking on the wood table, so you don't have to. And no, special teams has been pretty good too.
John David Baker was asked about the O-line by me, I believe, and he said that he is very pleased with where they are. I would disagree. I guess you could always do things better, but
maybe they've been bad. Maybe the turnovers ugly. I don't know if they've been bad though.
Yeah,
bad feels like an unfair characterization.
Okay.
What did P. Mace have to say?
I don't remember. We went around the horn. The bads were, in fact, that his might have been O-line actually. Now that I think about it, of course we had turnovers.
They've had some run plays go nowhere.
I think mine was just giving up a touchdown with nobody within 30 yards of a guy last week on that breakdown.
Yeah, that was bad. Well, that's a good point. I guess the secondary at times has been beatable. And again, this is their first true test, in my opinion. You knew Norfolk State did not have the guys to throw downfield on them, and you weren't really concerned about that with ODU when they're running the dang Wildcat out there. Ricky Ronnie ran that when I was at Penn State as a junior and senior, and he was the offensive coordinator, and he's still doing it to this day. It looks like NC State driving towards the end zone here, trying to take the lead. Late third quarter in Raleigh. I know McCall's out in this game, but this is like the third week in a row where they haven't looked particularly great. They didn't look good before McCall got hurt either, so I don't feel like that's an unfair thing to say.
This game feels a lot like the Western Carolina game for NC State Week 1, where the Catamounts led heading into the fourth quarter, similar to what the Bulldogs could be doing here heading into the fourth.
All right, Dade says this is the game for Garcia. This App State defense scares me a little bit. But wow, what a game, what a way to start the season if we can grab the win. Their defense is under fire after what happened last week at Clemson.
Yeah.
Where they got blown out.
And
Touchdown, Wolfpack.
And they got yelled at all week as NC State takes the lead. I'll go one more bad. Tight ends. Need to see more out of that group. I think today might be a Casey Kelly breakout day.
Not that the tight ends are bad. You want to see more from the tight ends.
Yes.
More involvement.
Yes.
Like we saw week 1.
We just have to put Alex Harper at tight end.
We do need 49 in the tight end.
In there. I should clarify. Not that they've been bad, just that you want to see more out of them, and Casey Kelly in particular, who I think can be a big part of this offense going forward.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll check in with P. Mace. Zach, you're welcome to hang out, depending on.
Might have to run here in a second.
Well, thanks for dropping in.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Clip.
And hope you enjoyed the 5th Street Hardware food.
I did. Oh my God, I was starving. And thank you guys. And thank you, 5th Street Hardware, for coming in the clutch.
You had a big old plate. You can go to 5th Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room, downtown Greenville, beside the State Theater. They have Saturday brunch, 10:30 before the big game, and Sundays, 10:30 to 2. Brunch at 5th Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room.
Do you want to try to do your impression of me one more time?
Do you want to try to do your impression? I gotta have a topic. Like Penn State. I mean, LeVar Arrington is probably one of my all-time favorites. Did you know? No, shut up, Clip. Did you know that Matt Rule was in that linebacker room? Like, he was one of the captains when LeVar Arrington was on the team.
You suck.
The LeVar leap, that was pretty cool.
LeVar leap, he would, like, on 4th and 1, like, leap over the line and, like, tackle the running back, or even on special teams, try to block a field goal.
That's way better than the one I heard when I was driving down the highway in Bethel.
Kerry Collins was a drunk that used to tell racist jokes.
You're a dumbass.
Kajana Carter was really good, but like suffered a lot of injuries and stuff. And he was pretty good with Washington, like late in his career.
Real emphasis on the 94 and 99 teams.
I'm really old, so I know old Penn State stuff. Now my voice hurts.
You're certifiably insane.
All right, back with you. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier restaurant and bourbon authority. Jefferson's, Basil Hayden, Woodford Reserve, and a Midwinter Night's Dram are just a few of the incredible bourbon options. The Rick House features the very best steaks and fresh, made-from-scratch pastas. The Rick House can host your corporate event or special parties in the 3,000-square-foot banquet hall. Join the Rick House for Sunday brunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and for the wine tastings on the last Friday of every month. The Rick House.
Pirate football is back, and the only way to dress for game day is to visit UBE or pirateware.com. UBE has all your game day apparel, such as polos, tees, hats, and jerseys. UBE also has all the merchandise to keep your tailgate undefeated. Pirate flags, decals, face tattoos, and more. And for your little pirates, visit our Crow's Nest with Pirate Nation's largest selection of youth apparel. UBE has special hours on Sunday after home games, open from noon till 5. And you can visit pirateware.com anytime. UBE, where every day is game day.
This is Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts, Pitt County's go-to shop for all things golf carts. We have E-Z-GO, club car, and utility carts to choose from. Whether it's for the beach, riding around the neighborhood, or working in the yard, 360 Golf Carts has the perfect ride for you. If you have issues with your current cart, take it by my shop for an expert's diagnosis. From parts to sales to service, we have you covered. We will even deliver right to you. So come see me, Brian Harris, on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School. 360 Golf Carts, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with Harris Real Estate Group, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Hey
Pirate Nation, this is Rhonda from Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Fall weather is coming and we're ready for some Pirate football. Russell's has a long history of dressing Pirate fans, both men and women. For the men, we offer both logoed and non-logoed from Peter Millar, Johnny O, and Smathers and Branson. Our ladies love Tyler Bowe, Emily McCarthy, and Never a Wallflower for game day. Join us in wishing the Pirates a healthy and successful season. And remember, for all your game day needs, shop Russell's in downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy. Get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com.
Pirate Radio.
It is my intention to commandeer one of these ships, pick up a crew and Tortuga, raid, pillage, plunder, and otherwise pilfer my Weasley blackguts out.
I said no lies.
I think he's telling the truth.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, things are starting to get interesting with a lot of these games. Michigan still holding on to that 21-3 lead over Arkansas State in the fourth quarter. Oklahoma State has scored another touchdown in the third quarter. They now lead Tulsa 35-0. Alabama has put another TD on the board. They lead Wisconsin 28-3 in the third. Cincinnati leads Miami of Ohio 17-10. NC State took the lead on a touchdown. They lead at 2017. However, Louisiana Tech is marching down the field with under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. LSU still trailing South Carolina 24-16. It is Memphis 20, Florida State 3. Texas Tech still leading North Texas 52-14. Boston College has now lost their lead. If Missouri kicks a field goal, they lead it by 3, 17-14. And Coastal Carolina has jumped out to a 7-0 lead over Temple. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. With live music every single night and free entry for ladies all weekend long. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Yeah, I got to see the play on the state game. Louisiana Tech receiver catches it, gets blasted. Looks like we're going to get a targeting call, and Louisiana Tech's going to have it first and goal.
Oh, so they did.
The 5-yard line.
Oh, so they called the targeting? Because I know that the coaches were begging the referee to make that call.
Yeah, it looks like they're reviewing it now.
Okay.
So we will keep you up to date on that and all the action. Wisconsin gets in the end zone for the first time today. They just scored. It's 28-9 with an extra point coming up. All right, we will talk to P-Mace, Patrick Mason, here in just a moment, get his thoughts on this game. We've got Elliot, who says Florida State looking bad. It's an understatement. Damon checking in. What's up, Damon? From Belmont, North Carolina. And all of you out there, we appreciate it. If you're tuned in, give us a like, subscribe, and we welcome you to be a part of our Pirate Radio Game Day family. We're with you before the game, every game for 4 hours, and after each game, win or lose, on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Patrick Mason joins us now. P-Mace from the Daily Reflector, getting ready for another Pirate Game Day. Patrick, how you doing, man?
Hey, Clip, what's up, man? I'm doing good.
Yeah, happy game day to you, and it should be a fun one at Dottie Ficklin Stadium today. Good crowd, good atmosphere, and Patrick, you're covering the game no matter how many fans are there or what the final score, no matter how lopsided it is. So if you can get a good game with a good atmosphere, you'll take that as a little bonus, right?
Oh, yeah, anytime, man. And this has definitely shaping up for that. I mean, I feel like this is just a really big game for both teams, and I feel like the fans kind of recognize that. And like you said, man, I think a lot of interest in this game. It should be pretty fun, and I think we're going to probably see that. I know it's only the second game, but, definitely the most full Dowdy Bigland's been all year.
It's kind of hard to go back to last year for anything, Patrick. Outside of our defense, you can compare last year's defense to this year's defense, but the offense is so different, obviously. But what do you recall about the meeting with App State last year? What can App State take from that to try to do again to win today? What can East Carolina change from last year to try to have the Pirates win in this football game?
Yeah, I think when I remember last year's game, I just think it was like, hey, ECU looks like they're kind of putting something together here. If you remember, they had a lead in the third quarter, and they had a pick six in that game, and I just thought they were finally doing some good things they didn't do in the first couple of weeks, and then obviously, App State goes and scores 3 unanswered touchdowns. But when you look at those teams, I feel like you can compare the App State offense and the ECU defense. Cause I feel like they're both kind of very similar to what they were last year. App State goes for 480. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and the defense is really going to have to. They're not going to be able to count on turnovers. I don't think Joey Aguilar turns it over all that much. So, you're just going to have to play some sound football and hope that offense can kind of score some points for you today.
Yeah, on that note, Patrick, how do you feel about the total near 60 points? Is it does that make sense to you? Do you see the offense is coming out putting up points, or is this a defensive game?
The more I think right away when I saw that number, I thought it was pretty dang high. Just the instinct was, yeah, I'm going to take the under on that. But the more I think about this game, and just the more I've just kind of looked at some numbers, I feel like this could be like a 34-31 kind of game. I just feel like both these offenses can move the ball, and it's really just a matter of can they convert, when it makes sense to, you can kick field goals, score some touchdowns. But I think we're going to see a ton of yards from both teams today.
Patrick, who are your picks to click on offense? What Pirates show up big today? What Pirates need to show up big if ECU wants to win?
I want to see Anthony Smith. I feel like, he's just been the most consistent guy, and I feel like he's poised just to have a little bit of a breakout game. And also just the running game. I really want to see them pay some attention to that and really see a good push and kind of get that going, because App State's going to do it, and I feel like you got to just kind of match that same style. You got to be able to run the ball today.
How about defensively? Everything starts up front, obviously, but is this game more key for that front of East Carolina, or will the secondary be challenged? Who needs to step up defensively today for ECU?
Yeah, I really think it's on the defensive line today, because like I said, Joey Aguilar just doesn't throw you the football all that much. I think he makes some good decisions with it, and they run so much. So I feel like you just can't count on those hey, we're going to get 4 turnovers today. I feel like you're not going to get that kind of game. So for the guys up front, they really got to be able to affect the game. Maybe speed him up a little bit back there and just try to force some things. So I really think those front guys are going to be probably the biggest part of this defensive effort today.
And if it comes down to special teams, kind of like East Carolina, right? They've looked pretty good there. I know Conrad missed the extra point last week, but had a monster 50-plus yard field goal for East Carolina. Luke Larson had one of his better games, and we've seen flashes here and there in the return game from Winston Wright and from Bond when healthy. So special teams, a tight game like this could come down to special teams, Patrick. If it does, how do you feel about ECU in that scenario?
I've really enjoyed how they played on special teams this year. Honestly, Conrad's been nails. He's been as good as ever. Yeah, 50-yarder is huge. Larson's been able to get some boomers going. And, last week when, ODU makes muffs a punt there, the guy next to him is just putting his hands in his head, and he's like, oh, man, college special teams is so erratic on that side of the ball. But I think ECU's done a really good job of just being able to play pretty solid and get some good returns. And, I think they've definitely won both so far this year.
Patrick Mason joining us. All right, rapid fire to wrap it up. Jake Garcia, over, under 1.5 interceptions today.
I'm going to go under. I think he throws 1 today.
All right, going under the 1.5. Chicago Bears, over, under 1.5 touchdowns. And they're when do they play? Sunday? Oh, they play Sunday night against the Texans.
Yeah.
Over under 1.5 touchdowns offensively.
I'm gonna say over. They get 2. They're not gonna go crazy, but they get 2.
All right, there you go. The Bears win in Houston?
I don't think so. My heart says yes, but I got to see more of that offense to really believe them.
All right.
I'm putting any money. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I tried to talk myself into this being a really good, primetime game, but the more I think about it, the more I think Houston might have their way with the Chicago. But I am expecting a little bounce back from that offense this week. P. Mace, thanks for joining us. You can check out his work on the pages of the Daily Reflector online, reflector.com. He joins us every Wednesday on Pirate Radio Live. We'll talk to you then, man. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, man. Have a good game day.
There is P. Mace, Patrick Mason, joining us en route to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Shirley, before we get another break in, let's go back inside the United Bank Coaches Corner and hear from John David Baker. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Here is JDB from earlier this week.
Coach, 2-0. I guess the 10 turnovers, I'm sure, still gets to a little bit. Just kind of how you balancing that early on in the season.
Yeah, right now I just feel like it's a little bit of a black eye on what's been, in my opinion, pretty clean offensive football. I mean, we're playing well, doing a lot of good things. It's just, but you can't ignore those things. Like you can't just act like they're not happening. So trying to address them in the right way and get them fixed. And, luckily we've been fortunate that they haven't cost us a game yet, but we came pretty close, and we got to get them fixed because at some point it will catch up to us.
With Jake, I mean, some of those errors are coming in the opposing territory, I guess the majority of them. So do you feel like he's just trying to do too much at times? What do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. He just, we have this conversation all the time. It's, he's a guy that he's got a little bit of a gunslinger mentality, which is why we love him. He's not afraid to put a ball in there because he knows he can. But at the same time, he's just having a conversation and making sure I'm trying to make the play. He tries to make a play a little too much at times. He's got to understand, just make the play that's there, whatever that is, whether it's, some of those third downs that he rips it in there and we pick up a first down on third and long. If that's the play, then make that play. If the play is to check it down, check it down. And that's where he's got to just do a better job of trying not to make a play all the time. Make the play that's there, whatever it may be. And if it's to run, it's to run. Whatever it is, make that play.
Was it particularly frustrating in the second half after you'd thrown 3 and you're at the goal line, you got points, and then he throws it on first and goal, and that had to be, I don't know how the communications went, but I know you had to be really frustrated.
Yeah, no, it's it's only frustrating because you feel like you're hurting your team. We got what I feel like is a good offense. We got a really good defense, and we got to play complementary football. So it's frustrating from that standpoint. But also you got to understand you got a guy that's in his 4th, 5th start as a college football player. And so you got to coach them through that stuff. And it's situational football. It's first down. We got points. Take care of the ball. If it's not there, it's not there. Just throw it away, and we'll play the next down. So there's some of that. It's frustrating, but at the same time, like, he's learning, and we got to coach him through it. I got to coach him through it. So it's frustrating for sure, but at the same time, we got to stay patient and make sure that he understands situational football and what we got to get accomplished.
Is that something, too, that maybe we all don't realize that he hasn't played that much? He's been around, but he hasn't played that much.
Yeah, I think we take it for granted because he's an older guy and how mature he is. But at the same time, there's no experience like actual game reps. And he's getting a lot of live reps, obviously, and a lot of experience these last 2 games. And we got to keep growing on them and building on them. And, I feel bad for him because the turnovers are covering up. I mean, he's playing pretty dang well. He's about 5 or 6 decisions away from people looking at him in a different light. And so, for me, I'm always going to be positive. I'm always going to stay positive, and I'm really positive with Jake because he's doing so many good things that we're going to fix the issues. I promise you that. We'll fix the issues, and we're going to focus on the good things that he's doing and keep building on those.
Coach, obviously the turnovers have been a big talking point, but aside from that, what's the big thing offensively you guys are trying to improve upon for App State?
Yeah, just continue to play clean. I think we've done a pretty good job just avoiding, pre-snap penalties. Had a couple in this last game. Then it happens, but we got to eliminate those because anytime, anytime we can stay on schedule, and what I mean by that is stay, in front of the chains, not get in a second long situation, we've moved the ball really well. And so just continue to play clean, eliminate the turnovers, obviously. We're doing a really good job in third down football right now, converting at a high rate. So just trying to focus on those things. Like I said, we're doing a lot of good things. We're running the ball effectively. We're able to throw and catch, and so just trying to build on all those things.
The offensive line where you want it through 2 weeks about those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people may not agree with this or think this, but, they helped win us the football game tonight. Being able to run the ball how we were, and some people will look at it on paper and not think it was ran effectively, but when you're playing that style of defense, to be able to churn out 4 or 5 yard runs consistently on first down, and we were able to lean on them late and still run the ball. Those cats played 97 snaps the other night, and so I love where they're at. I think they're playing really well. I think they're protecting really well, but they can continue to improve. There's things they still got to improve on. Making sure we're spotted up, making sure we're taking care of things in critical situations, third and short situations. But I love where they're at. Can we be a lot better? Yes, we can. But I love where they're at, and they're helping us win these football games for sure.
They run kind of a 3-down lineman with a stand-up 7 technique. I guess he is a rush guy, kind of like how Coach Harold does. So how nice would that be to have seen that all summer long? Yeah, they're very similar structure-wise. A little bit different philosophy in how they play, but it's a good defense. They got really good players. They've been in this system. I think they do a good job of rotating guys. They play a lot of different guys, a lot of different players. If you just look at the percentages of snaps they've played the last 2 games, it helps keep their guys fresh. So that, to me, I think is one of the better things they do is they've got a lot of depth. And, when they sub in and out, there ain't no drop-off. They got good players, first, second guy that gets in the game for them. So structure-wise, it's nice, but it's a little bit different. He'll do some different things, throws a lot at you. And so we've got to be extremely detailed and make sure we're doing the right things.
During the end of the first half, is that a head coach, special teams coach deal? Are you yelling stuff at Jake? What's your role there? No, that's a total team breakdown. That's everybody from the top down, players, us. Just again, it goes back to situational football, and again, you got a lot of people doing this for the first time together, and so it falls on me. It falls on everybody involved, and we got to be clean. We got to have our guys ready for that situation, and we got to do a better job. And if it comes up again, we'll be able to execute how we're supposed to.
How happy are you with the explosive plays y'all generated through 2 games? Yeah,
that to me, that's we've been fortunate, with the turnovers. That's how we've won these last 2 games. Is just being able to generate explosives, and that's it's encouraging, but also frustrating because that if you eliminate those turnovers with the difference we've had in explosive plays, neither one of these games are really close. Especially this last one, we left, 21, 24 points off the board simply off of turnovers. When you look at the explosive play battle, I think we were around 12, which is about what we trying to shoot for, and I think Old Dominion had about 4. So that's a credit to Blake and those guys. They're going to eliminate explosives, and we got to keep creating them, and it's going to always give us a chance to win.
Sounds like it'll be a big crowd Saturday. How can we know the defense can feed off that? How can an offense feed off that?
Yeah, when we get rolling, it's pretty fun when a crowd can get involved when we start scoring. Quickly. But I'm excited to see it. We got the best fans in the country. Just the support, even up at Old Dominion, half that stadium was purple, and our guys felt that. And so, to be able to come back home in front of a great crowd, we got to make sure we do a good job of just focusing on what we're supposed to do. Our job is in between the white lines and go play clean football and go score points. So that's our focus. But trust me, anytime you can go score in front of a full stadium, it's fun.
How much was J.B. Spawn able to go this week in practice?
We'll see. He got everything checked out. We'll see as it goes. But, yeah, I think he's a guy that we'll have hopefully back here sooner rather than later.
And how about Chase? We saw him on the field. Has he got like a lingering deal, or is he 100%? How's he doing?
No, Chase is good. It's just working him back in. He was kind of like those guys the first game. I think he was just, trying to do a little too much. But, no, he's fine. He's just working himself back into shape. You missed that time of camp. There's just a little bit of acclimation period that he's still going through, but he's fine.
There is John David Baker on the United Bank Coaches Corner. We'll hear from a couple of Pirate offensive players later on in the show, Marlon Gunn and Winston Wright. But right now we'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll have our advanced moving and storage opponent preview with Adam Whitten, play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. What in the world happened to them last week in Death Valley? We'll talk about that and some players to watch when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Greenville's hometown pizzeria is Cucinella's. Cucinella's has 2 locations with great options for lunch, dinner, takeout, and they now offer catering. Dine in for lunch with a slice, salad, and a drink with a friend, or stop by after work and grab a beer or glass of wine while you wait for your to-go order. The best pizza, grinders, salads, and homemade Italian ice is at Cucinella's. Cucinella's Midtown across from Best Buy, downtown across from Sup Dogs, and on Facebook and Instagram. Cucinella's, serving handcrafted pizza since 1932. Come taste the difference.
Is your mouth watering yet? We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Hit me with the sound effects again. Ladies, gentlemen, if you're feeling the way I'm feeling, we should both go get us a piece of that cheesy, beefy perfection with a delicious, refreshing Pepsi. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
This March, Moore's Barbecue has teamed up with Pepsi to bring you the ultimate combo experience, the Carolina Classic. Sink your teeth into our succulent dark chicken combo, served with our signature barbecue, 2 sides, piping hot hush puppies, and a free ice-cold Pepsi, courtesy of Moore's Barbecue and Pepsi.
There have been many changes in the automotive world. At Phelps Chevrolet, the Phelps boys are here to take care of you. Mike, Daryl, and 4 of Mr. Phelps' grandsons, Wade, West, Allen, and Clay. You see, things at Phelps remain the same. The Phelps team has served Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. We make your visit easy and fun. We are your neighbors, and that's what neighbors do. Phelps Chevrolet in Greenville. Like Mr. Phelps' great-granddaughter says, come in and get you one.
Find new roads with Chevrolet at PhelpsChevrolet.com.
This is Captain Bo Brooks of Power Water Outfitters. When you're catching fish on the Pamlico, come to our place and pick up your Smithy cast ironware that'll sear your fish to perfection. We also have men's outdoor clothing, marshwear, Grundens, Duck Camp, and AFCO. We carry Bahia sunglasses and have all different selections of those. We are a fully functional fly shop where you can chase fish on the fly. We are Pirate Water Outfitters, 108 North Market Street, downtown Washington, North Carolina. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Go Pirates.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
It's hot outside, but you won't break a sweat using ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate for your next home sale or purchase. Our experienced agents help you stay cool while navigating the home buying or selling process. Uncover your next treasure today by visiting encpiraterealty.com. And remember, at ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate, we close the deal or someone walks the plank. Go Pirates.
Are you tired of the same old fast food routine? Shake things up for lunch and dinner at Clean Eats Cafe. We've cracked the code to make healthy dining tasty and affordable. Whether it's a power lunch or a family dinner, we've got you covered. Sit down in our cafe for a brainstorming session or catch up with friends. Even stop in after a workout for protein smoothies or a protein iced coffee. Our atmosphere is welcoming and our food is fresh. All for about the same price as fast food. It's time to ditch the drive-thru and feast on flavor at Clean Eats Cafe, Red Banks Road in Arlington Village.
This is Alex Harper, the current long snapper of the East Carolina Pirates, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Pirate Radio is excited to announce that Inky Johnson will be the 2025 Leadership Luncheon Speaker on Monday, March 17th. Inky Johnson is one of the most highly sought-after speakers in the world. Some of his clients include Chick-fil-A, State Farm, AT&T, the University of Alabama, the University of Texas, the New York Knicks, the New England Patriots, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Atlanta Braves. For sponsorship information, please contact Mark Alexander at 252-327-2173 or email him at mark@pirateradio1250.com. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Back with your Pirate Radio. Is this radio station? This is not Pirate Radio Live. This is the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We do Pirate Radio Live every weekday, 3 to 6. You thought I was saying something wrong, but you were wrong.
You said, welcome back, Pirate Radio. And I'm like, where are you going? Wait for it. It didn't show up.
I'm a man of habit, Shirley, as you know.
I know.
As you well know. All right, let's get back into it with our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. The team at Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're in Greenville, New Bern, Kinston, surrounding areas. Their courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the movers. The Pirates use Advanced Moving and Storage, 252-321-3200. All right, Adam Witten is the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. He gives us the opponent preview. Opponent preview, the play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers. Adam Witten joining us. Adam, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, looking forward to a big one coming up this Saturday, East Carolina and Appalachian State. Anticipating a big crowd, a lot of purple, obviously, but I think some black and gold will be there as well. A lot of folks from Boone and around the state coming here supporting App State on Saturday, Adam.
Yeah, we're expecting it. You know, it's been a while since our program has been to Greenville. They know how much this game means. I mean, like ECU, App's a program that travels really well. We had about 5,000 people at the Clemson game last Saturday, but I don't know what the number will be just yet for Greenville, but we certainly hope however many people are in attendance, it goes a little bit better than it did at Clemson.
Yeah, Adam, that Clemson game did not go the way we thought from the outside. I got to imagine folks on your end as well thought that would be much more competitive, and just kind of looking from afar, looked like it got out of hand pretty early, right?
Yeah, it did. I mean, 35-0 at the end of the first quarter. So it got out of hand in a big way. It's not something that we're used to. It hasn't really happened that often in the history of our program. But, yeah, Clemson came in with a lot to prove. Not only that they were better than the team that showed up against Georgia and Atlanta in week 1, but that they also had a quarterback that was pretty good, too. There were a lot of people that were down on Cade Klubnik, and I think they were very intentional about saying, okay, well, let's show you guys what our quarterback can do. But App's defense just had a really hard time against the deep passing game. And once they started stretching the field, I mean, you watch enough football, you know that if you can stretch the field vertically like Clemson did, it opens up so much more. And then as the game wore on, they just started picking apart the middle of the field. They could pretty much throw the ball almost anywhere they wanted to once they were starting to get burned on those deep post routes. So, yeah, just all around a really difficult night, especially for the defense on Saturday.
Adam Witten joining us. A lot of different ways to look at this game. We can talk about what have you done for me lately? East Carolina 2-0, but no trips to Death Valley. And that 2-0 for ECU did pick up a road win against ODU. And you can also look at the two previous meetings where App State has really bullied East Carolina. So I guess we'll go with those two, Adam. How about the previous two meetings? East Carolina has seemed to be outmanned in those games in the trenches, and that is concerning. We got a very veteran, both D-line and O-line. The D-line, the strength of this East Carolina team. So from a Pirates perspective, hopefully they can look a lot better in the trenches. But how about what do you kind of take away from the last two meetings of this series, and will that have anything to do with this Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to bring the 2021 game into the equation because these teams are so much different from 2021. But going off of last year's game, turnovers played a huge part in that game, and ECU fans know how turnovers have been a story for that team in the first two games, even though they've been able to win the first two games. But App had 3 interceptions last year. ECU had 2 defensive touchdowns in that game. I don't know that App would necessarily dominate the line of scrimmage, especially against ECU's defense. ECU's had a really good defense last year, and they still do this year. Like, it's going to be tough up front against this team. And App has run the ball fairly inconsistently through the first couple of games, but the good thing is that the offensive line play, believe it or not, because of the final score, was actually kind of a bright spot in the way they played against Clemson. They protected Joey Aguilar pretty well. They started running the ball pretty well as the game went along. You don't get to run the ball as much as you want when you're down 35-0 at the end of one, but offensive line actually did okay. So, if the offensive line can play and especially pass protect the way that they have during the first 2 games, then App State's offense has a chance to do some good things. But yeah, their defense is going to be tested up front because they could not get any pressure against Cade Klubnik, and that's why they got beat on so many explosive plays. And so, Jake Garcia has been prone to throw interceptions so far, and but if you let him sit back there with a clean pocket, that the chances of him turning the ball over goes way, way down. So I think that's what I learned from last year's game, is that turnovers play a big factor in a game like this. And App's still looking for its first defensive takeaway of the season. So I don't anticipate this game being much different in that turnovers could play a big role in it.
Yeah, we went into the ODU game and on our pregame show talking about turnovers were going to be the key today. And then we went out and threw 4 interceptions and won. So right now, I'm kind of hoping ECU does turn it over 4 or 5 times. That usually leads to victories. It's been a wacky start to the season from that regard. Adam, how about a couple of names and numbers to keep an eye on the offensive side? Who are the playmakers that Pirate fans need to kind of put a check beside going into the game?
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of guys that they recall from last year, particularly the quarterback and Joey Aguilar. He had a really good game. He threw one really bad pick six in that game, but outside of that, he was still pretty good against the Pirates. So he's back at quarterback. The guy I think at running back to watch out for is probably the guy who played the best in what was a very tough night at Clemson, and that's number 1, Anderson Castle. He came into the season at the number 2 running back, but he's been running the ball as good as anybody on that team. And he could see a lot more carries in a game like this because Castle is a very hard runner, and he's very difficult to bring down on first contact. And so I would keep an eye out for him. And then App's top 3 receivers are extremely talented and very veteran. Christian Horn and Caden Robinson are now coming in as third-year starters. Christian Horn's a 2-time captain. And Mekhi Jackson, number 15, the wide receiver, has really come on because those other 2 guys get so much attention. Mekhi Jackson has become a playmaker for this team through the first couple of games. So those are a few names and numbers to be looking at when Saturday rolls around for the offense.
Adam Winton joining us. Adam, I made a statement that for the first time maybe in my life, I was looking forward to the college football season more than the NFL season. Part of that is being a Commanders fan and just knowing we're not going to be good, although I'm excited about Jaden Daniels. But it had to do with, heck, the video game coming out, and I'm playing video games like I'm a kid again. It had to do with all the talk we've done leading up to the season, but I think the big thing probably is the playoff and the expanded playoff, and it makes games like ECU App State even more important. You've got the state rivalry part of it. You've got, hey, we want to win and go to a bowl part of it, but it almost feels like a group of 5 loser leave town match, elimination game almost. So I don't know if I'm putting too many eggs into that basket, but every week I kind of make my group of 5 playoff games to watch because these teams are jockeying for that top spot. You obviously got to win your conference, but you got to be the highest ranked team. So it does add a lot to games like this, doesn't it, Adam?
Absolutely, and not just for these 2 teams, but for these 2 conferences in the Sun Belt and the American, because At the end of the season, the College Football Playoff Committee is going to look at 5 teams out of these leagues, the 5 conference champions, and they're going to start to try to figure out, well, which team's the best. And it's going to come down to how good is your conference, and the strength of the conference has a lot to do with these inter-conference games, like Sun Belt versus American or Sun Belt versus Mountain West. App's going to play a game against Liberty in a couple of weeks, team that ran the table last year out of Conference USA. And so, yeah, if the champion of the Sun Belt or the champion of the American wants to be the team that goes to the college football playoff, they've got to be in the strongest of those 5 conferences, or they have to have the strongest resume. And notching a non-conference win against another, could it be a team that's another fellow conference champion? I don't know. We'll see what happens at the end of the year. But absolutely, that's why games like these, on top of it being so important, because it's the only game that these 2 teams play against an opponent from the state of North Carolina this year. And so that means a lot on its own. But then when you throw everything you just mentioned related to the playoff into the mix, this is a really important game.
Adam Whitten joining us. And Adam, we don't take these games and these Saturdays for granted. And pretty cool start to the season for you. You get a home game, you get a trip to Death Valley, and you get what is probably the most anticipated home game on ECU schedule. So another great college football Saturday environment. You don't get this everywhere. There's a lot of places that don't take their football seriously. So got to be cool for you. Adds a little more energy to the broadcast, I would think.
I'm excited. I've been doing games at App State since 2016, which means I've never done a game at ECU. So, I did the game in Charlotte in 21 and the game last year in Boone. But we haven't been to Greenville since 2012, I believe. And I was not at that game. So this will be I've been to a game at Dowdy-Ficklin before, but not for an App State ECU game. So this will be my first trip for one of these. We know how passionate the ECU fan base is. We know what kind of an atmosphere it is there at Dowdy-Ficklin. And so this is just going to be the thing that you look at and you're like, this is what college football is supposed to be about, right?
Yeah.
When we went to Keenan Stadium last year and played in Chapel Hill, when ECU does the same thing, or they go to Carter Finley in Raleigh, you look at that and you say, this is an incredible atmosphere because it's 2 passionate fan bases that are in close proximity to one another and they overlap in a lot of territories. And that's what college football is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be kind of a regional to its core. And so that's why I think both fan bases are so excited for this one. And, we've got one more game to play in this series in 2 years in Greenville, but I hope it's going to continue past that because this game makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no doubt. Adam Whitten joining us. Adam Whitten, play-by-play voice of the Appalachian State Mountaineers, joining us on our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. Let's take a break, come back. Hour 4, the final countdown begins when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll check in with Sean at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, see what's going on with Chan Man, and hear from Marlon Gunn and Winston Wright when we return. Hour 4 kicks off after this. Do you ever talk to yourself about where to eat today, and then you hear
Warren's Hot Dogs?
Then you're thinking, yeah, 2 hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $7.50 would be awesome.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
And maybe some homemade lemonade, perhaps a pizza or a sub, and definitely an apple or peach turnover.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
Don't overthink where to eat today. Go to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Warren's Hot Dogs, serving the Pirate Nation since 1991. Go Pirates!
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too.
This is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning. Give me a call today, and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates.
The Holistic Company in downtown Greenville is a family-owned and operated business offering hemp-derived products such as tinctures, topicals, raw flour, skincare products, and more. They even have a drink menu including infused mocktails and frozen lemonade with a variety of flavors to choose from. At the Holistic Company, they pride themselves in offering true education about the hemp plant and its abundant benefits. So stop by 501 Evans Street, just a few doors down from Pirate Radio, to get informed and try the array of products today.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
Slow ruins everything, so why not pay less for fast? U.S. Cellular's home internet gives you the speed you need for just $39.99 per month when bundled with a wireless plan with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Get fast 5G home internet made simple. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find a store near you. We go beyond the call.
It's bow time. It's not just football season. It's tailgate season, and that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. The kick is good! Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from Bojangles, your tailgate is better than great. It's legendary. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box with boldly seasoned chicken, fixins, biscuits, and legendary iced tea today. It's bow time.
Hey folks, Coach Steve Logan here, asking you to support the life-saving mission of the Atlantic Beach King Mackerel Tournament this October. This event helps raise needed funds for the fire department's purchase of life-saving gear that could save someone you love.
Join Bojangles, Window World, Flatlands Jessup Insurance, and Linda Wright Real Estate
as we raise money to save lives. Sign up for the Atlantic Beach King Mackerel Tournament or simply make your life-saving donation at WeFishForLife.com.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, in the fourth quarter, it is Michigan 28, Arkansas State 10. Oklahoma State is continuing to roll over Tulsa. They lead them 45-0 in the fourth quarter. Alabama is pulling away from Wisconsin. 35-10 is that score in the fourth. And Cincinnati is holding on to a 24-16 lead over Miami of Ohio in the fourth quarter. NC State scores another touchdown. They lead Louisiana Tech 30-20 in the fourth. And South Carolina is clinging to a 2-point lead over LSU in the fourth quarter. 24-22 is that score. Memphis leads Florida State 20-12. And Texas Tech is just absolutely walloping North Texas. 9 minutes left to go in this game. And Texas Tech leads North Texas 66-21 is that score. Missouri leads Boston College 21-14 in the third. And Coastal Carolina has a 21-10 lead over Temple in the second quarter. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open 7 days a week from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies all weekend. Follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, Pirates for the first time this year, not on ESPN Plus, on ESPNU, 4 o'clock when they take on App State, Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Last time I went outside, there was still a little bit of traffic in the UB parking lot, but starting to clear out as folks make their way to the stadium for today's game. We're going to get Sean on the Big Rock Power Sports live line and check in with him, see what his day has been like out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. And we've got him right now. Chandler, what's up?
What's up, Clip Brock? Happy game day to you, brother.
Happy game day, Chan Man.
Yes, sir. We're out here on the 360 golf cart. Thanks, Brian Harrison, 360 Golf Carts, for letting us ride this monster golf cart riding around the tailgate lots today. And I'll tell you this, I have not seen the tailgate lots like this in a very long time. A lot of people out here. A lot of people are excited for our 2-0 ECU football team. We are currently at the CMX parking lot right now, and as we were driving up, I look and I see a familiar face. It's our good buddy, former intern, Danny Beal. And so I got Danny on the phone right here. And, Danny, first of all, happy game day to you.
What's going on, everybody?
Danny, first of all, how has the tailgate lots been to you? How are you having some fun today?
Yeah, no, it's good. We're hanging out, ready to get the game going, ready to see some Pirates football and everybody get a win.
All right, ECU versus App State coming up at 4 o'clock. Danny, what is your thoughts on today's game? Can the Pirates go 3-0 on the season? And if so, how can they do that?
Pirates by 2 scores, in my opinion, but I think we'll be in good spot. I mean, the crowd, at least tailgate atmosphere, is tremendous. And, I mean, if it's anything like in years past, I think we'll be in a good spot in terms of the crowd. You know, the boys will be ready to go. Mike Houston will have them ready to roll, and I think it'll be a good day for everybody in Greenville.
All right, there's Danny Beal right there here in the tailgating lots. We got to head back to the Pirate Radio tailgate zone so we can get ready to go into the game. So thanks, guys, for all you guys are doing back at the studio. Hope you guys have a rest of the show, and go Pirates.
All right, we will have a rest of the show, Chandler, so don't worry about that. We got another 54 minutes to go, so thank you, buddy. Chandler, Jenny, and crew will be taking pictures, video, and have a lot of content out there. South Carolina, LSU took a lead by 5. It didn't last long. South Carolina to the house. Raheem Sanders, 66 yards for a touchdown. They've had some big plays. Shane Beamer wants to go for 2, as that makes it 30-29. Still 13:51 left. This is going to be a wild last 14 minutes in Columbia. All right, Shirley, can we hear from some of the Pirate players? I had a chance to catch up with Marlon Gunn earlier this week. Talked to the Gunn Show, and if you saw the video on this, available on YouTube, he is rocking the guns just like Shirley Rhodes is today. Here is my chat with the Pirate running back.
Here with Pirate running back Marlon Gunn. Marlon, 2-0. Man, that sounds good no matter how you get there. So how you feeling right now?
Feeling good, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we can't dwell on the past. You just got to, keep looking forward. Next game, one game at a time, 1-0 the goal for the week. So, 2-0, real glad, happy about it, but we got to keep pushing.
Marlon, that was a pretty intense game on Saturday, and Javius Bond goes out. Of course, Rajay looks like the young Rajay. You yourself have some big plays in that one, sustaining drives, getting first down. So really a good team win. Defense comes through. Just you got to like that when everybody's chipping in.
Yeah, it's like Coach Houston always, preach about it, the team. You know what I'm saying? Everything's about the team. At the end of the day, you can't have your personal goals. You put them aside. At the end of the day, we won as a team. Nobody won as they self. Everybody won as a team. We stuck together. Even in the fourth quarter, when the time started winding down, nobody put their head down. Nobody pouting, you know what I'm saying? Everybody keeping their head up, keep striving till the clock strikes 0.
Marlon, 2 weeks in, how are you handling this offense? Some different from what you've seen previously. How's it going for you personally?
It's super fast. It's super fast. If you're not in shape for it, it's gonna be a long game for you. If you're not in shape, it's gonna be a long game for you. Like you said earlier in the other conference, it's I really appreciate our O-line because they, like, every play, they got to physically put their hands on somebody. And by the time we give the ball to the ref after a carry, the next play is already in. So they don't have time to think about, this and that. We got to go. We got to roll.
Marlon, you said earlier, we'll go 1-0 each week. I did hear some, chatter about App State this offseason, not from you necessarily, but have any of your teammates or anybody had this game circled going into the year?
Oh, yeah. According to Rajay and Big Tay, that they hadn't beat them since they've been here, they say. So it's a real personal game for those guys, that been here, 4 or 5 years because they haven't been there. So we just got to go out there and play hard for those guys, being at that state last year, we got to go out and win for them.
There is Pirate running back Marlon Gunn. Also had a chance to talk to a new Pirate, Winston Wright, who, when I talked to him on media day, kind of soft-spoken and seems like a guy that would rather do his talking on the field with his play, but I had a chat with him on Wednesday, and here's what he had to say.
All right, here with Pirate receiver and return man, Winston Wright. Winston, we've been seeing you make electrifying plays both in special teams and receiving so far. How you feel it's gone through 2 weeks for you here at ECU?
Man, it's been a blessing, to be here, man. But, we got a lot of more work to do. Keep getting better for myself, man.
Winston, I've only talked to you once. It was on media day, and I came away from that thinking you like to do maybe you're talking with your play on the field more so than doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say? You seem like a pretty focused guy.
Yeah, man. I'm just all in on this, man, and trying to be the best person for the team, not just for myself, man. Just, see a lot of potential in this team, and, man, we're trying to reach that.
It's been kind of an up and down 2 weeks for the offense with the way you guys can move the ball, and then we've seen some turnovers as well. So how are you kind of focusing on that part of it, making sure to protect the ball, things like that out here at practice?
Right, man. That just comes with time, being with one another. Jake, he's the starting quarterback, but, it was a competition in camp. So, man, now that we got this time, and we continue with the gel with each other, man, just spend time with each other, knowing what he's thinking, but also him knowing what we thinking on the outside, man, and we're gonna keep progressing as the year goes on.
Rajay, the old man, had a good day on Saturday. What's it like kind of gelling with guys that have been around here for years, and how's that part going for you?
Right, man. It's been awesome, man, just to, see a guy like that. The work he puts in, man, it wasn't no surprise to anyone, hard-working dude, man, and, man, was proud of him, and, man, I think, the team is coming along with each other, man, and just being happy for each other.
And then maybe a few nervous moments at the end, but really you can't get too nervous when your defense is on the field the way they play. So how about them closing it out on Saturday? What was that like watching from the sidelines?
Right, man. Great defense, man, we have, man. When I first got here, man, I didn't kind of know, the defense, but, man, just going to battle with them guys all season, man, that's expected for them, man, and great defense, man, and I'm glad, we got the job done.
Any thoughts on App State's defense? What have you seen from them on film? What kind of challenge do they present?
Yeah, man, great team, man, great back end, athletic, fast, physical, man. So, we're gonna have our hands full this weekend, man, but excited for the opportunity.
You've seen a good crowd here at Dowdy Ficklin, a great road crowd from what I understand, and Norfolk should be about packed out this weekend. So kind of your first experience of that. How excited are you for that on Saturday?
Man, just excited, just not for me, but for my family to be able to, see that crowd, man, and man, I'm excited, man. I heard great things, man, seen great things, man. Everybody has been, family orientated, man, and just can't wait for Saturday.
There is Winston Wright, East Carolina wide receiver, return man, expecting at least 2-3 explosive plays from Double W coming up today at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Let's get another break in. We'll come back. We'll switch gears and talk some defense. Go back inside our Coach's Corner, brought to you by United Bank. We'll hear from Blake Harrell. You'll get to hear me try to say participation once again. And Pirate defensive tackle Elijah Morris as we roll on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, starting to count it down now to 4 o'clock. Just a few segments left to go. We'll talk some defense after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want a burger with attitude? Bad Daddy's Burger Bar is the place to get it. Located just off of Greenville Boulevard in the Public Shopping Center and a short distance away from Downey Ficklin Stadium, Bad Daddy's has a lineup of chef-inspired burgers, giant chop salads, the famous badass margarita, and a fabulous selection of local craft beers. Get started with Not Your Mama's Deviled Eggs or fried pickles before diving into one of their juicy burgers like the bacon cheeseburger on steroids. Or spice things up with the Heat Wave Burger. People have called their burgers totally insane, but they'll take that as a compliment. Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. Go Pirates!
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Hey, Pirate Nation. This is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the Game Day Pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the Game Day Pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Talk radio.
From the depths of space.
The center.
Outer space mumbo jumbo.
Of the talk universe.
The center of what?
Pirate Radio.
We have prepared a planet with a suitable atmosphere.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Plus, all the Pirate Radio podcasts are on our YouTube channel as well, including The Holton Naylor Show and The Greg Hudson Show. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, subscribe, and like today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, South Carolina forces a turnover. They kick a field goal. It is 33-29 Gamecocks. As we go down the wire, there's still 10 minutes left, so still a lot of time for some wackiness to happen in Columbia. Tulsa scores, doesn't matter. They trail Oklahoma State 45-10, Alabama all over Wisconsin 42-10. Do we have anything close? Memphis has the ball. Looks like Florida State's calling timeouts. It is 20-12, 1:44 left to go in that game. And also looks like State is getting ready to take some knees, and they're going to beat Louisiana Tech. So down the stretch we come here on the 12 o'clock games. Missouri up 24-14 on BC. 12:54 left to go in that one. Coastal up 21-10 on Temple. Your 3:30 kickoffs coming up to keep an eye on. Oregon State in Corvallis. Tulane is at Oklahoma. How does Notre Dame bounce back after the loss to Northern Illinois? They take on Purdue at 3:30. Texas A&M in the Swamp against Florida. All of those games coming up 3:30, along with Washington State, Washington, and the Backyard Brawl, West Virginia and Pittsburgh. All right, Earl, you got anything? Or can I move on? Okay, gotcha. All right, let's go back to our United Bank Coaches Corner. Safe, sound, secure since 1839. Now, more than ever, trust is the foundation of any successful relationship with local bankers you know and trust. It's no wonder businesses and individuals throughout North Carolina continue to choose United Bank. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Here's what Blake Harrell had to say earlier this week.
Coach, 2-0. I guess the 10 turnovers, I'm sure, still gets to a little bit. Just kind of how are you balancing that early on in the season?
Yeah, right now I just feel like it's a little bit of a black eye on what's been.
I need some Blake Harrell.
I think Coach Houston hit on in practice there. Just never forget. And I think back about 23 years ago, where I was actually in an English class, and I heard some people across the room talking about a plane hit a tower, and I was kind of confused. Thought maybe I was up in the mountains of Western Carolina. Thought maybe a small plane had hit one of the towers up there in the mountains, and then the teacher dismissed class, got back to the dorm room, and saw the news on the television there. And most of our players, we had very few of our players that were even born then, but just always keeping those that we lost that day in our prayers and our thoughts. Horrific event that kind of brought our country together, and just thankful for the people that continue to fight for this country and make this what I consider the greatest country in the world. So I think we always got to take time out to realize that we always think about football or think about our job or think about our own personal lives, but we got to take time out to be thankful for what we have in this country and what we have each and every day and how blessed we are. So just kind of want to start with that.
Coach, going back to the ODU game, how happy with your defensive situation football in that final drive, tackling them downs and keeping it contained and everything? Yeah, the final drive, the fourth and 10 down there at the 9-yard line, you want to go get them right there and end the game right there, but at the same time, if you make a mistake and they go 90 yards, it probably ends the game for you too. So you just kind of want to keep the ball in front of you. The smart play there is, drop 8 and keep the ball in front of you, keep the clock moving, because they got 90 yards to go. They got to get a touchdown, and the clock's running against them. So I thought we did a really good job. Kids didn't panic. We even made some substitutions in there, got a new package in there, package that we hadn't got in there all game, our NASCAR package. And just the guys did a really good job of getting after the quarterback, and knowing the situation, understanding, what we've repped in practice 1,000 times. I mean, we've been through 2-minute drill. And the good thing, those kids that were on the field, they're not the first time going through that situation. They've been through it, 100 times in practice. They're older kids, they're older players. They don't panic, and they were ready to go win the game for us.
How dangerous is a team like App State coming here after getting crushed down in Death Valley when they come in, because they're better than they played at Clemson? Yeah,
the App State team you see on film from last week is not going to be the same one that shows up here at 4 o'clock on Saturday. I promise you that. Their coaching staff, I have the utmost respect for those guys and the job they've done up there. They've certainly got off our tail the last 2 times we played them, and I expect them to be ready to go on Saturday. So, they'll be prepared. I know that, and as coaches said and our players, Eli said it yesterday, we got to focus on us and make sure we're prepared and we're ready to go play our best ball. And if we do that, for Saturday, it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a heck of a game.
Obviously, different personnel this area in college, or day of college football, but a lot of the same scheme as what you saw last year. Did you watch last year's film against them? Or?
What's last year's? What's 2021? I mean, Coach Ponce, he was the OC in 2021 there. We played him, and he left to go to Miami for a year and was back last year. So
we'll go back and watch our game, how he attacked us there in both years. We go back and watch every game he had last year, and along with the 2 games he's had this year. Obviously, the 2 games you're studying this year are more for personnel and kind of focusing on, okay, here's his tailbacks that he really likes, here's the receivers he likes. I think the quarterback, just the difference between him and this year and last year is I think he's made a huge improvement. I thought he was really good last year. I think he's as good as we might play this year. He's more mobile, agile than me, running the football more, has an option part of his game, can throw the ball out there on the bubbles, take off on the run game. So they do some impressive things, put you in a lot of binds, and we got to be at our best.
How hard is it for the guys to stay disciplined with the stretch, the play action, all the things they throw at you?
Yeah, they're gonna run the outside zone stretch play, and they're gonna take shots down the field. And it doesn't matter. Last Saturday they put up 400-something yards against Clemson and 20 points. They're averaging 460 total offense right now. They averaged 475 last year, so they certainly put up the yards. They're averaging about 160 on the ground, so really good rushing attack. We got to do a really good job of just setting the edge, filling our gaps, keeping the cup, and getting those ball carriers on the ground back there. Anderson Castle is a really good running back. He's a high school quarterback. I think he started out there on defense. They've moved him over to the other side of the ball. Hard-nosed runner. Kanye Roberts from East North Carolina here is a get downhill and can take it to the house on you. The tight end's a really good player, all conference. Then the receivers, Caden Robinson, 15, 13 out there, certainly got speed that they can get behind you. So we got to do a good job, of stopping the run game, trying to put them in situations that we know they're going to throw it. I think if they're able to keep the chains moving, stay on schedule, then they got you on their heels. And it's no different to me than an option team. If it's 2nd and 6, they're feeling good. But if it's 2nd and 10, you put the stress on them a little bit. So we got to win the first down and put them behind the sticks.
Coach, you talk about challenge this week. When you look back, great year defensively last year and then great 2 showings this year. When they see so much success, how do you kind of keep the guys locked in each and every week to stay motivated and kind of keep that chip on their shoulder, even though they're older by college standards?
Yeah, so many times we talk about, hey, we always don't want to look out the rear view, we don't look out the windshield, and sometimes we refer to, bad things. Hey, we don't want to look back at 23, we want to focus on 24. It's the same here. We got to focus on the next game. We got to focus on App State. We can't take one play from ODU or Norfolk State into this Saturday. We got to focus on our job this week, and we have an older group and the older, players on our side of the ball that's player-led. Those guys know that. You ain't got to talk to them about that. They're focused on App State. They're not worried about ODU, what happened last Saturday, what didn't happen, what play they did or didn't make. They're focused on this Saturday and playing in front of Pirate Nation in Dowdy. So that's the big thing for those guys.
Talk a lot about depth going into the year, especially on the D-line through 2 games. Have you look at participation?
Or precipitation. We might look at that too.
Those charts, do you like how that's gone so far, getting guys rest?
Yeah, I thought we did a poor job on Saturday as coaches, and I'll pull the thumb at me first of substitutions. They didn't sub a lot offensively, and they went fast, and we didn't do a good job rolling guys early. So I think we had about 5 or 6 guys that were over 70 plays, and we let to keep those guys around 50. To me, if we keep getting those guys 75 plays every week, we're going to look up in 3 weeks and we're going to lose somebody. So we like to keep them around the 50 plays so we can keep them fresh all season long. The difference between defense and offense is this. Defensively, I'm pursuing and running the football every single snap. Ball's on the other side of the field. I'm freaking hauling tail to get there and see if I can get on the play. If it happens to break out, I'm going to get it on the ground. Offensively, I may take what they call a smoke break on this side of the field, and I'm not even moving. So I'm basically taking a play off. I might as well be out of the game. So we got to have that depth and keep building it. Last week was a little tougher week just because they didn't sub, so we couldn't sub within a series. They got the ball a few times at midfield, so we wanted to make sure we had our best players in at that point, our starters, so to speak. Not that we don't consider our some of our twos our best players, but we got to do a better job of that moving forward and get back to that. We're getting guys a little, our 2s and 3s a little bit more reps because they can help us. They earn that right in practice every single day. We trust them, and we always talk in this room defensively. It's going to take everybody to get the job done, and that's certainly how we feel. And we got to trust each other to do that. And so as coaches, we got to do a better job rotating those guys, especially early in the game. So when it comes fourth quarter, Siobhan Rebels, Zakai Barker, Mike Edwards, they ready to ride. They ready to go finish that game off and win the game in the fourth quarter.
You get a feel from the older guys that they want to really win this game because they haven't beaten App State in the 2 times they had a chance to play.
Yeah, and maybe not just the older guys, but maybe somebody standing up here in front of you too. I think anytime you haven't beaten somebody, you got a little chip on your shoulder. Yeah. You don't ever try to circle opponents. You always try to focus on the next opponent. But I think if you secretly ask a lot of people around the building, this is one that they really feel like they really, really want. And we can't do anything or press any more than we have at any other point in time. We just got to go focus on our job. That's including me, and doing what we do to make us a good football team, doing what we do to make us a good defense, trying to get stops, trying to get turnovers, making sure we're playing to protect our culture, playing fast, playing physical, and doing those things.
Talk about the offense with pre-snap penalties, and JDB said they done pretty good with that. How about defensively? Do you feel good about the lack of penalties so far?
So far, I wish Kingston wouldn't have ducked his head the other day, but at the same time he ducked his head and on the target, and it was also he's playing his tail off. So if you're playing hard and you could happen to get a penalty like that, that's going to come. We'll try to do a better job coaching him and try to keep his face out and head out of it. But I thought for the most part defensively done a pretty good job there. And we're forcing some penalties on the offense. I think Zakai Barker forced 2 penalties on their guard the other day, just by his blitz and movement there, and the guards having to reach out and grab him. JD caused a hold on the guard as well, just with his pass rush, brought it back a big third down scramble there, and put him behind the sticks. So that's been a positive for us at this point.
Looks like it'll be a big crowd. How much can your defense feed off that Saturday?
Well, last year the Rock sold out up there. Their fans, I thought, were certainly into that game. I know our fans won't affect the game this week. I know that they won't be a big part of the game, but our fans are awesome. Our players can't, they're fired up to be in there. Chad Stevens come up to me the other day. He's like, Coach, they say it's going to sell. I was like, yeah, Chad, I think it will. He's like, I ain't never been here when it's sold out. NC State, there were some still empty seats up there. And it's just a 6-year guy, talking to you like, hey, it's the first time for him. And just the excitement in his voice. I think his grandparents are coming to the game for the first time. Haven't seen him play a college game. And just so I'm excited for those young men. Excited for Pirate Nation. He had a bunch of texts the other night. Just congratulations on the game. Said appreciate it. I'm fired up, not just for our players, but for all of Pirate Nation. And I'm excited how fun this Saturday is going to be. Not just for our players, not just for our program, not just for our university, but for everyone. Everyone in East North Carolina, everyone in Pirate Nation. And these are things we've been building for. Not just us as coaches, not just us as players or administration, our chancellor, but as fans. The collective. There's so many things that takes a village to build this program and get it to where it is. And we got so far to go, but this Saturday could be a big step, and we got to continue just to do the things, focus on, the things that got us here and the things that can take us forward, and what I call the culture. Just playing as hard as we can, playing with great effort, playing with great physicality, create a few turnovers, get some third down stops, and staying together. And I think Saturday will be a lot of fun.
You're going to get Savon on the judge team?
We get that and get his contacts in. I think Vaughn's going to be fine. If he picks the first one, he goes to the house and turns the game around. But he works hard on it. He's locked in on it, and I think those things are going to come. He's going to get enough opportunities. People keep throwing at him. And then as soon as he catches a few of those, people quit throwing at him, and they're going to go the other way, and IBM's going to start picking them. Okay, and I feel really good about those guys back there, where they're at. As good as I've ever felt here, the way they're playing right now and the confidence they're playing with. And not just those guys. We got other guys that can walk out there and do it too. Lamp, Tymer Brown, Nash, Devin King in the back, Jordan Huff, Omar Rogers, Jamarli Riddle's playing really well as a freshman. So just excited about that group in the secondary.
There is East Carolina defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. He'll be relying on that D-line coming up today, 4 o'clock, and one of those guys that's been around here a while. Some of the players I talk to, they still feel like kids or young men, kind of kids growing into young men. Elijah Morris, when I talk to him, seems like a gam, as Coach Ruff would say. Grown A man. I had a chance to talk to Elijah earlier this week. He is locked in, focused, ready to go for App State. Here is that conversation.
All right, here with Pirate defensive lineman Elijah Morris. Elijah, 2-0. That just sounds good. I just like saying 2-0. You want to keep it 3-0, 4-0, keep it going. But how about the start of the season so far?
Hey, you can't ask for a better start. Obviously, 2 back-to-back wins, great wins. a home win and a great road win. But, you know, you just want to keep stacking them. So this week, 1-0.
17 points allowed through 2 weeks. That's stellar. I know Coach Harold's a perfectionist, so you are as well, and your teammates. It's got to be great to win, but no, you still have some stuff you can clean up, right?
Yeah, that's the great thing about it. We've got 2 wins, but the corrections, I mean, we make a couple changes here and there, or we execute better. I mean, it's right there. I mean, we're this close to putting it all together, and that's what we're really trying to work on this week is the execution piece, the discipline. And us as older players, we just got to hold our team accountable for that. So,
been a lot of quick changes of possession with some turnovers, things like that. But it seems like you welcome any challenge on the defensive side of the ball. So, what's it like when you're on the sidelines expecting to get another extra breath or two, but hey, it's a turnover, you got to go back out there? What's that like?
You know, it's kind of like a little motto that we put together in the defensive room. 1 is BDN, best defense in the nation, and 2 is, you know, stand by to get some. And we got that from Shep and a couple like videos from Navy SEALs and stuff. Is just always being prepared. Yeah. Like stand by to get some. That's the mentality we approach it with every game. And every time we step on the field, you know, that's the mentality. So.
And then you get to close it out this past Saturday. They put you back on the field one more time. You guys get it done and able to get the walk-off win. That's got to feel good too, right?
Oh, it was great, especially a walk-off win in an enemy environment. I mean, you can't beat that. And, you know, big shout-out to Pirate Nation coming out there and painting their whole sideline purple. So.
And it's going to be rowdy this week. They want to see this team beat App State. I know you want to see that as well. I don't know about you personally, Elijah, but there was some chatter about, you know, this game is circled this offseason. I heard that from some guys. How important is this one for you?
You know, it's important because it's the next game. You know, we don't want to make the game bigger than what it is. You know, we want to keep that happy medium mentality, but we're just taking it 1-0 this week. You know, we want to keep stacking them, and, you know, It's great playing an in-state rivalry like this, but end of the day, just another in the game. Next one.
There is the very mature and focused Elijah Morris talking to me earlier this week. We'll take a break. Earl, how good do you think you are at college football trivia in the last 15 years?
Hit or miss.
All right, Jalen Milroe today became the 5th quarterback with 2+ passing and 2+ rushing touchdowns in 3 consecutive games. I'm going to name the school and the year. You tell me the quarterback that has also done it. 2008, Florida.
Tebow.
2010, Nevada.
Was that Kaepernick?
Yes. 2012, Northern Illinois. Do you remember the name of the quarterback?
No.
Jordan Lynch. 2012, Texas A&M.
Menzel.
Johnny Football. All right, 3 out of 4. Not bad. Not bad. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Brian North will join us. And we got to make our fantasy picks before we get out of here as well. We roll on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers does real burgers better than anybody. And don't forget about the cheese sticks, fresh salads, and more. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, burgers and sports at its best.
Go Pirates! Arr!
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at
DavidPriceConstruction.com. Go Pirates.
Do life stresses have you feeling exhausted? Do your golf, tennis, and workouts have your body aching? If so, K-Ross Float and Wellness Studio has your solution. Come visit us on 2800 East 10th Street and try our services like our float therapy, which is a private pool containing a saturated solution of Epsom salt that allows you to float effortlessly for ultimate relaxation and therapy. At K-Ross Wellness Studio, we also have an infrared, sauna, cold plunge, and salt halo therapy that will leave your body feeling relaxed and healed. Contact us today at krossfloats.com. K-Ross Floats and Wellness Studio. Restful intentions.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Hode from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Braxton Green, at 526-8260.
Braxton Green, NMLS 222-3878. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is ECU head baseball coach Cliff Godwin, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's start with the finals from today. Michigan beats Arkansas State at 28-18. Oklahoma State beats Tulsa 45-10. Alabama gets a win over Wisconsin 42-10. Cincinnati survived Miami of Ohio 27-16. NC State beat Louisiana Tech 30-20. It was Memphis over Florida State 20-12. Texas Tech wins over North Texas 66-21. With 5 minutes to go, South Carolina leads LSU 33-29. Boston College still trailing Missouri 27-14 with 3 minutes to go. At the half, it is Coastal Carolina 21, Temple 10. Miami and Ball State kicked off, but now they're under a weather delay. And a couple of games are underway, no scores. Notre Dame and Purdue have kicked off, as well as Tulane and Oklahoma and West Virginia and Pittsburgh. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m., 7 days a week with live music every night and free entry for ladies on the weekends. Follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to PRL. Nope, it's not even PRL. It's the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Happens to the best of us.
Yes, and before you switch, don't switch me. Can you switch the camera back to me for just a second? Because I promised to do this. I wanted to wave at the camera to my buddy Chris Floyd, who is watching us at his home. on his TV in his garage. So hi, Chris. Hi, Johnny. Hi, guys. Just wanted to say hello. I promised I would do it in the next segment. Now, back to you, Clip.
All right, I just had a proud radio dad moment. This is from ECU Athletics. They put this out on social media. Just I want you to hear the beginning of this.
Okay.
What's up, Pirate Nation? I'm Maria Santana with ECU Athletics, and today we're going to ask everybody who's their favorite Pirate player. Okay, so who's your favorite Pirate player?
I like the long snapper Harper, number 49.
Right, yeah, you got it.
The long snapper.
Some random student is an Alex Harper fan. It just makes me feel good inside.
Earlier in the week, they had released one where they were asking students on campus, and they interviewed a couple of the women's basketball players, and Amaya Joyner was one of them. And the question was, "Who's your favorite player?" Oh no, can you name the long snapper? And she looks at the camera and goes, "What's a long snapper?" And I went, "Oh my!
We gotta educate you.
Don't do it to me."
I feel like we're raising awareness, but still more can be done when it comes to letting folks know about the long snappers of America. Brian North joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. North, happy game day. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Got your political report here. J.D. Vance is on the field here, walking in the end zone by the weight room, getting quite a crowd around him. We have a few sprinkles of rain out here, and Morgan Ehlers is still out.
Brian, how you feeling? 15 minutes or so away from kickoff. What's your feeling on this one coming up?
It's going to be a close one. Turnovers will be big. I think I'm real curious to see how the Pirates' physicality stacks up with App State. We've known how physical they've been the last two meetings and how they've dominated ECU in that sense. So I'm real curious to see how ECU stands up to that physicality today. Just saw Kanye Roberts on the field, the Wallace Rose Hill kid, who's good running back for App State. He looks pumped and ready to go in front of the home crowd. So he's going to get a lot of carries today, I think. And so how that Pirate defense goes against him is going to be really big.
Brian, been asking folks about the total in this game, over under for 59.5. It seems very high when you look at what ECU's defense has done so far this year. But do you think it makes sense? Could you see it getting that high?
Yeah, but it would have to be a perfect environment. I just think the way App State likes to control the ball. Now, their defense hasn't been great, but the way both teams kind of want to control the ball a little bit, it's I can see. I would never take the over on that one, but sometimes Vegas is a lot smarter than me.
Brian, we've said it on the air. Folks should know if you want to get into the game on time, make sure you get to those gates early. I'm worried about a backup, especially if there's extra security and stuff like that. So how many people are in their seats right now about 15 minutes away from kickoff?
Yeah, it's still not full yet. It's walking in, the crowd was huge. The biggest I've seen in a while outside the stadium. Right now, we're a little more than a half full. I think you'll see a lot of people coming in. And again, we got the flyover happening. The rain may keep a few people out here to start with. A few drops coming down. But this will be, I think, the biggest crowd of the year. I would be surprised if it isn't, 45 to 48 in the stadium at some point, as long as it doesn't start raining too badly.
Brian North joining us. Brian, thank you for the on-the-field report. Appreciate it, man. Have fun out there. We'll check out the highlights on WCTI 12.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Clipper.
Thank you, buddy. There he is, Brian North. The North is on the field, joining us from Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. All right, this was a kind of a well, never mind. I thought the receiver ran out of bounds and called the ball. I think he did. I know he did because the ref took off his hat. I wonder if they're saying he was forced out of bounds. It was a free play because South Carolina was offsides. I thought this was going to be offsetting penalties, but instead it is just a penalty on South Carolina. It's an interesting call here. But it looks like they are just going – they're calling that a catch? Wait a minute. That can't be right. Anyway, 2 minutes left to go. Yeah, I think they're going to look at this one again. 2 minutes left to go. LSU down 4 with the ball. And they are driving on South Carolina, 33-29, that score. All right, West Virginia up early in the backyard brawl. They just scored. It is 6-0. West Virginia over Pittsburgh. We're keeping up a look at the scores one more time when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate to wrap it up. We'll have our fantasy picks and get you out to Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. Going to be a fun one today. ECU App State, and we're with you after the game at U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. We'll come back to wrap things up after this.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
Come experience Greenville's newest theater, Golden Ticket Cinemas, located on Greenville Boulevard near Cracker Barrel. With stadium seating and reserved luxury recliners, you can enjoy the movie along with great concessions such as L House sliders, delicious wings, pizza, and hot dogs. And they even have milkshakes. You can always find great deals at Golden Ticket Cinemas, such as $5.50 Ticket Tuesdays and free family movies at 11 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show in style with luxurious amenities and top-notch service at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kid Scene.
Y'all come get bugged up.
Did you know that GUC's electric rates are the lowest in Pitt County? GUC's average residential electric bill using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month with load management is $21 lower than the investor-owned utilities and $34 lower than the local co-ops. In fact, GUC's average electric bills are still $10 lower than they were 10 years ago. Low rates with high reliability. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving away ECU football tickets. Stop in and register to win and purchase the vehicle of your dreams. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Say Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
Mount up. Dank Burrito is coming to Greenville. Dank is your ticket to adventure in a tortilla. We combine bold flavors to make new kinds of burritos, tacos, and bowls, like honey truffle buffalo chicken or teriyaki shrimp. Once you're Dank, you'll never want the same boring burrito again. Dank Burrito is also the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, which we all know and love here in G Vegas. We're opening soon at 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Come join the Dank Burrito Mafia. Hope to see y'all soon.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defensive coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
All right, for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and X at PR927FM. Join the over 81,000 followers today. And a quick look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. West Virginia has scored a touchdown. They now lead Pittsburgh 7-0. Purdue trailing Notre Dame 7-0 in the first quarter. Now back to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip.
All right, getting ready to wrap it up. About time to get going. But before we do, make some fantasy picks. So last week, Jarrett took, I just had it. He had Rajay. Earl had Bond. Shirley had Soel. And I don't know if I made a pick.
I think you did. You just didn't write it down.
I didn't write it down, and I don't remember. It doesn't matter because Rajay had the big game. All right, so I'm picking first today because I never pick first.
That is true.
I mean, let's feed the hot hand. Let's go Anthony Smith. Need some big plays. Stretch the field. Isn't that a weakness for App State? And they get exposed on the back end. So give me Anthony Smith. Shirley.
Give me Winston Wright.
All right. I see a big offensive play, but there's always potential for special teams as well with him. All right, Earl, you got all the running backs and some weapons to choose from.
Yeah. I would have taken this guy at the first pick. I'll take him with the third. Give me Rajay Harris.
All right, back-to-back big games for 47.
Hey, I'll take it.
My guy.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Would love to see it. Give me a my guy montage, Shirley.
All right, one moment, please. I just got to find it here. Here we go.
My guy. My guy.
Oh, hold on. I had the volume down. Sorry.
My guy. My guy. My guy. My God!
There you go.
Got a lot of my guys from Rajay. All right, that will about wrap it up here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. Drink responsibly, Pirate fans. Bud Light proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. We had the stats on the UBE stat sheet. Awesome food thanks to 5th Street Hardware, Restaurant, and Tap Room. We took you inside the United Bank's Coaches Corner. Also, the Orthopedics East injury report. You heard scores on the Bucs scoreboard. Brian Bailey had the Papa John's Pirate preview. We heard our advanced moving and storage opponent preview. We stayed in the game and stayed throughout the 4 hours thanks to Celsius, and also went out to our Big Rock Power Sports live line. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you, Earl, Young Cole, Big Dog, Christian in the house. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Right when the 4th quarter ends, it begins, and the show will not end until the last caller is served. We will talk to you after the game. Until then, I am Clip Rock. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate